Um, Welcome everybody. It's absolutely fantastic to see a room full of people. I apologise, A, that it's hot, we've got fans, we've got water at the back, and B, I apologise for the platform lift. I personally hate platform lifts, but that's the accessible way for people who have mobility issues. We have people who will help with accessibility for anybody that needs to use the hideous platform lift. I'm Professor of Social Justice and Inclusive Education here at London Southwark University and co-lead for the Research Centre for Social Justice and Global Responsibility with my colleague, Professor Sheerman MP, is somewhere in the room, I think. There's Sheerman. Thanks. So this event has been organised by the Critical Autism and Disability Studies Research Group in collaboration with a charity that we collaborate very, very closely with. You'll see people in T-shirts that say Employment Autism and CareTrade. They're partners that we collaborate with very closely, and all the research that comes out of our research group is conducted by autistic researchers who are properly paid and properly employed. That is a principle. Collaborative with community members, and the point of it has got to be some use to somebody, otherwise we don't do it. So that's a bit of context for you for the day. I've got to do my little housekeeping thing, and then I'm going to pass you on to Craig, who is from Employment Autism, who'll introduce himself. But the housekeeping things you need to know are, one, if you need help with anything, there are volunteers around the room wearing CareTrade T-shirts. Two, we're not planning a fire drill. In the event of a fire, you exit through that door. If you need help with the platform lift, obviously the volunteers will help you. And the exits and muster stations are signposted outside the door. Accessible toilets along this corridor, gender-neutral toilets, etc., all along this corridor, all signposted. And importantly, next door we have a quiet room. So please feel very confident about just getting up, walking out, go and sit in the quiet room, take some water with you. That's all absolutely fine. And the only other thing I'll say is that a lot of us here, we need to be very respectful of each other, obviously, and share the space. So when we are opening the floor up to questions, the rules are, one, use the microphone, which will be handed to you by one of the volunteers, and two, we will prioritise people who haven't asked questions before, because all voices are important, just to give an equal opportunity to everybody to ask questions. We don't interrupt each other, just the usual rules apply. So I'm just going to hand you over to Craig now, and once again, the other thing is autistic friendly clapping, which I can't demonstrate because my hands are full, so can somebody else demonstrate that? Thank you. Okay, I'll hand you over to Craig now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki, and apologies in advance. We're going to have that changeover every time somebody else speaks. My name's Craig Walker. I've volunteered with Employment Autism since 2008, so I've had a fairly long history with it. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this, our second annual conference. With great thanks to Nikki and all of her support to the charity over the years, and to her research group, CADS, and to CareTrade, who are our partners in this conference. Welcome everybody. I'm not going to say anything else about me. I am going to just make one point that for those of you who are active on social media and would like to be active on social media, please do use the hashtag for our conference. And unless I get this wrong, Judith, this is hashtag EmploymentConf23. There it is. Autism Employment Conf 23. Thank you. All right then. Responsible social media, please. I think if anybody would not like their photos taken and not to appear, come and speak with any of us in either white T-shirts or blue T-shirts. And also, please, for those of you in the audience who are taking any photos, don't take photos of the speakers unless they explicitly give you permission to. I'm not going to ask them to, so if you don't have permission, you don't take a photo, if that's okay. Everybody has a permission to take a photograph of me, so feel free to. But otherwise, only if thanks, Judith. Only if permission is explicitly given. There will be other photos taken, mostly from the back, and we will take a lot of care not to have people's faces in those photos. But if you're particularly concerned, do just approach any of us at any point in the day. We have an additional guest. We have an assistive dog named Griff. So if you do hear a bark or you think you're hearing barking, it might not be that you're going mad. You are actually hearing potentially barking. Right, and without further ado, actually, one more thing about my role today. I'm going to say as little as I possibly can in order that as many of you get heard and as many of our speakers get their story out. The one thing I will do, or two things I will do, is I will try to keep us to time. We've got quite a lot to get through, and I think it's really important that everybody gets a fair share of that time. And where there are conversations that start that we can't finish within the time bound of one of the sessions, I'll politely, but increasingly firmly, just ask you to withdraw that part of the conversation, hold it, and take it further after the sessions, if that's okay with everybody. Right. Without further ado, I think we're moving into our first session, and I'm handing back to Nikki.
Thank you. This is our first session. We're going to go through PowerPoint slides in order and then give you an opportunity to ask questions at the end until Craig tells us it's definitely time to stop, because as Craig says, we're sticking to time. So I start. I don't know how I'm going to coordinate a microphone, a clicker and another microphone. Oh yeah, Joe, will you? Thank you. Joe gives me access to work support, and actually this is very useful when you find you haven't got three hands when you need them. Okay, so our first panel, we're talking about transitions to employment, thinking about the higher education context and that really important move from university into employment. And there's various logos on here because we represent different organisations involved in the student journey from university into employment. Our university is represented. Sharron is from University of Leicester. Piers is from Diversity and Ability. Michael is from our university. National Association of Disability Practitioners is the overarching organisation of people who work in disability services, very, very responsible for this agenda. And the Disabled Student Commission, which has recently finished its work with the Office for Students, and their work has morphed into the Disabled Student Commitment, is also responsible for thinking about the whole student journey. And we feel that transition into employment post-university merits particular attention. At London South Bank University, we talk about an approach called the real approach, and on the next slide I'll explain what that means. No, I won't, because the panel are going to introduce themselves very briefly. Sharron, do you want to say anything?
Hi, morning everybody. I'm not very photogenic, but if you really want a photo of a white blob, feel free. I'm not I'm Sharron Sturgess. I work at the University of Leicester. I'm a disabled person, I'm visually impaired. I started off as a general disability specialist and then about 15 years ago specialised in autism. And my current role is I support autistic students and I undertake training and support with staff at the university in autism understanding. And I am doing an EdD here at the university here as well under Nikki.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm an autistic third-year psychology student.
That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, unless you want to say anything else.
I'm Piers Wilkinson. About 50% of those logos you saw on the other screen are me. I work for Diversity and Ability. I like to call myself an autistic person that sucks at walking. I sit on the Disabled Students Commission, the Higher Education Commission, the Board of Directors for an EDP. Lots and lots of fancy titles that basically just mean I get to get paid in the butt in the sector. Nikki knows that.
Every sector needs one of those.
That's basically who I am.
Thank you. Yeah, and I've already introduced myself. Next slide, please. This is the context that we're working within. That guy there, where it says Autism Review, is Sir Robert Buckland. We tried to get him along today, but this is live, hot off the press from April. The employment review around autism. You will hear more about it later, but it's really relevant to our context. Disabled Student Commission I've already mentioned. The National Strategy for Autism 21 to 26 for adults and children is incredibly relevant. One of their agendas is around employment, and we're all governed by the Equality Act all the time, so we just keep the Equality Act in our heads. And things like disabled students allowance is obviously a part of the picture, as is access to work, etc., etc. And what we're really advocating is some joined up thinking here, so that all these parts of the picture make a beautiful whole picture. Next slide, please. Loads of sample research. You get these slides. We're not going through any of this, but what we're saying is evidence-based. Next slide, please. Bit more research. Now, this is what REAL is. REAL stands for reliable, empathic, anticipatory, and logical, which isn't in any way rocket science, is it? Because what we say is, wouldn't you like your partner to be like that, your employer, everybody you've ever met? It's not an autism thing, it's a universal design thing, really. So, yeah.
Change the microphone, I think the battery's going on that one.
Okay.
Getting garbled.
Okay. So you can have a go. I'll have a go with this one. How's this? Is it on?
Just flash screen.
Right. What's it supposed to do? Right. Just, you can just take that in for a minute while we have a little technical difficulty.
It's flashing red.
Oh, it's flashing red.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Is that one? Is that one on now? Because
No. Right, I don't know.
that one's on. That was
I'll have to make that one work.
again.
Yeah. Thanks. It may be because this one is too near to this one. Is this working now? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to shout, and this is a real bad
Isn't that the one we can use?
No, because that's a filming. This is a really bad accessibility thing, and I massively apologise for this. And, you know, please put it on your evaluation form. Microphones really ought to be tested in advance.
Whilst it's not working, pass it over, see if I can get it working.
But I've got a genius in the corner, so everything will be great. So, reliable, empathic, anticipatory and logical. Reliable systems throughout the student journey, including on placement and in transition to employment. Empathic, understanding the worldview of and experiences of the autistic person as an individual, not assuming you've met an autistic person. So this is what autistic people need, because individuality is absolutely crucial. Anticipatory actions to address potential issues before they become problems. And the Equality Act has an anticipatory duty, so that's just nothing, none of this is anything special. And logical, clear, joined up communications, because ambiguity is anxiety provoking and also minimises people's opportunities because they miss things, because the communication was not effective. Next slide, please. Are you still clicking, Joe? Oh, thanks. How's that? Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you. So, challenges faced by autistic people, and this relates right back to REAL, because this would be the opposite of REAL, won't it? So, ineffective transitional support from university into work, and everybody is responsible for disabled students as well as all the other students. So, careers advisors, alumni services, etc. That's their responsibility too. Often autistic people have limited work experience on their CV because of prior educational experiences where maybe they didn't get a decent work placement when they were at school, etc. So gaps in CVs which look unusual. Social expectations of interviews and social expectations of work. Disconnect between disabled students' allowance and access to work funding. You've had a DSA assessment, very similar to what you're going to need in the workplace, but they're two separate systems. And then the interface between access to work funding and the systems at work can be really wobbly, resulting in a treacle of bureaucracy which the autistic person has to wade through. Physical and sensory environment can be problematic. The whole thing about stereotyping, oh, I've met one autistic person, it must just be like this is the package they need. Progression, changing jobs after having organised workable support. Our research says that people tend to stay put because the support was so hard won that they can't bear to go through it all again, which limits opportunities. And then we work in our research centre in CADS with autistic people who've got PhDs. We employ them, but always on shaky contracts because that's how research funding works. But a PhD is no guarantee of a good job in academia for anybody, but for autistic people with additional barriers, that's more of a thing with these insecure research contracts and everything else. Next slide, please. So, enablers, this comes back to real, and access to work, the disabled student commitment, DSA, Sir Robert, all these enablers. Joined up thinking between university services, including placements, careers, alumni teams, links between universities and employers and opportunities for work experience, and often actually careers fairs target Russell Group universities, and you may have an autistic student who decided to go to their post-92 non-Russell Group university because the support was good, it was near to home. And then those big employers don't come to those universities, so that's another barrier. So, yeah, making those links, helping to create a strengths-based CV and to go through job search, and then interview arrangements, which include things like questions in advance. You know, well, there's no real reason why it has to be a hideous nightmare in an interview, and just making it more humane, which would also benefit everybody. Next slide, please. So, mentoring, supportive colleagues, allyship, systems which are not chaotic, technology, culture which celebrates diversity, open minds, different ways of working. The pandemic did a lot for us in terms of different ways of working because we don't always have to practice presenteeism to do a good job. Autistic knowledge, visibility and solidarity, very important. Increasingly, you have autistic scholars contributing to this landscape. We're talking sense. That's really important if we can mobilise that knowledge. And this whole thing about universal design, i.e. you plan for diversity, it's not a surprise when it happens because people are diverse. And part of that is the idea of equality impact assessment. All policies, practices and procedures, this is the Equality Act talking, should be equality impact assessed at the planning stage to ensure universal design principles and that they're not disadvantaging particular groups of people, and it's not difficult. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so that's me done, and now I'm going to pass on to Sharron. Thank you. And you can sit down or stand up, it's all right. I'll stick this on you. There we go.
Can I have the clicker? Was it just the... Oh, right, yeah. Hello, sorry, there's going to be a bit of that today, she said. So I work as an autism advisor at Leicester, and this morning I'm going to talk to you about how we support the transition out of university and into employment. It's something that I've been particularly interested in the 20 odd years I've been doing this work, because there's been a lot of work done around supporting autistic students to come to university, but we can't forget that we also need to support that transition out, which I think is something that all universities are thinking about for all students anyway, because your completion rates and your graduate destinations, they feed into the TEF rating, and that's your Teaching Excellence framework. So I'm very interested in how autistic people can access the same support as their peers, and then perhaps if there's any other things that need adding in. So what I'm going to draw on this morning is some recent research in this area, and my own experience of how I support students. So the first thing to decide is there actually an issue? The research suggests that yes, there is. Bear with me because I'm just going to see if I can read this out. So graduates who disclosed an autistic spectrum condition were least likely to be full-time employment and more likely to be unemployed. In fact, employment figures were actually worse for those with postgraduate qualifications, which kind of follows on from what you were saying about a PhD not being any guarantee of a job. I do get a lot of students who go on and do masters because they're really not sure what else to do, or they get PhD funding and then all we've done is kind of put the problem off for another 3 years. There is much less evidence of support for transitioning out of university than there is in the move into higher education. That's been found in recent research. I would say that is currently the case, but I think it is something that is beginning to be addressed. The fact that there's a slew of research that seems to have been published since 2020 suggests that the focus is now turning to transition out. And the final one there by Lucas, it says it's like, likely a quarter of the respondents that he talked to said they had received little or no transition support, either out of choice or out of access. So I think it's making sure that there is support that students can access and that we are encouraging them to come forward and make use of it. With that in mind, I've just put up some ideas of the ways in which universities do support their students, all students, that includes their autistic students. A lot of universities have embedded employability within their curriculums. We certainly have at Leicester, we did at Loughborough where I came from. Each first year degree programme has a module that's specifically around employment and employability skills. Students get to do CVs, career services go in and work with academic departments. So it is beginning to be embedded in the curriculum. And I know that happens at other universities because both of my children go to Nottingham Trent and they've had similar modules. There are placement years. We used to call it a sandwich degree. I don't really hear that said anymore. But there is, again, encouragement for all degree programmes, not just those more practical degrees like engineering, but all degree programmes, support for students to take a year out and do work-based placements. It certainly was much more common when I was at Loughborough, and a lot of the students that did a year out, not only did they do better in their final exams, but a number of them were offered jobs on the back of that. So I think it's a really useful thing to do. There's a few more up there. So internships, paid or unpaid. We prefer the paid ones, but you know, any experience that you can get is good experience, isn't it? The references, contacts and references from academic staff. I'm always talking to this about students because I don't think they think that through. And they avoid their personal tutors or they don't know who their personal tutors are. And then they come and ask me for a reference. And I'm like, well, if you're asking me for a reference, you're going to be disclosing without realising you're disclosing. And it's not really my job. I know you in one context. I don't know what you would necessarily be like as an employee. So I encourage students to make good relationships with their personal tutors, their third year project supervisors, other academic staff, because you need to think about who you're going to ask to do a reference for you at the end. So those are just a number of ways. There's some more on there. Universities support all of their students anyway. So if you think about what careers support does, I've made quite an effort in both the institutions I've worked in to work with the careers service. They would quite happily let me do all their autism careers advice for them, which is fine. I'm happy to help anybody, but it's not really it's not that it's not my job, but it's not solely my job. Students have the right to access support that's available to all students. So for me, it's about working with that careers service so that they can support the autistic students who are not students of the disability service, they're students of the university. So ways in which they do that, then, so careers fairs, I know in a number of institutions they have a quiet hour, either at the beginning or the end of a careers fair, where students can go in and access and chat to employers one-to-one. At Leicester, we've had quite a lot of our careers talks have remained online after COVID as well, so they're more accessible to students. And they also have specialist employer support organisations come in, like My Plus student organisations like that, and employability. So careers fairs, they've certainly been thinking about the accessibility of those. I'll try and speed up. And the careers appointments as well, one-to-one appointments. We've got a very convoluted online access thing that you can make your appointments on for that, which puts a lot of students off. So we've been working with careers to facilitate a direct referral path. And they've also been doing one-to-one appointments within the disability service where students, especially our autistic students, might feel more comfortable. CV and cover letter advice. Again, they do that within the academic programme, but I've looked at CVs for students and then said to them, right, we do need to send this to someone in careers, because although I've been a recruiting manager, it's not my area of expertise. You need to make sure you get the right support. Practice interviews. Yeah, Coney found in her research that a lot of students struggled with interviews, predicting interviews. Something that's becoming more common, which I think Nikki mentioned, was asking for the questions beforehand, and we've started to offer that within our disability service when we've been recruiting. But actually a practice interview, it's a bit like an exam, isn't it, an interview? You kind of know what's coming, but you don't know what's coming, and it provokes anxiety and it becomes all consuming, and then you get in there and you're not always able to perform to your best. So it's about kind of supporting a student to kind of think about the purpose of an interview and some of the questions they might get asked. And that's definitely something that careers service can help with. It's not really disability service job, that's what careers are there for. Job adverts as well. Vincent found in his research, as the quote says there, that understanding job adverts and understanding what they want from those can be a particular difficulty. So again, I would refer students to careers to talk about that. And the last one there, sorry, I'm struggling to read this. Right, special schemes for disabled students. Yeah, there's a number of these. I say disabled students generally, but there are some autistic specific ones. So one that we had a couple of years ago was Employ Autism. They worked with 17 universities in 2021 and put internships in place. We were a part of that at Leicester, and we managed to get some part-time and a full-time post for some of our finalists that took part in that, and that was a paid internship. And the really good thing about this scheme is that as part of it, if a university signed up to it, all of their careers staff had to be autism trained. And a lot of the research has been talking about that, the lack of autism understanding by employers and careers advisors, and sometimes disability advisors, but not those of us that are autism specific, obviously. But yeah, so there are some really good schemes out there, and there are some really good organisations. Sorry, I'll speed up.
You don't have to speak.
Right, so the sorts of things that I do then, where there's, the references are on the last slide, where I've put references is where the papers also come up with the same outcomes as I work with. So, collaborating with careers services, as I've said, I have been in and trained our careers service, and then they did some further training. I developed a disclosure workshop for them as well, which they were really pleased about, and they said, oh, can you deliver this? I said, I could, but you really ought to, so I'll train you, and then you can do it. And they've really taken that on board, and it's really popular, and they've just made it into a podcast, actually, a webinar, which we can direct students to watch. I'll talk a bit more about disclosure in a minute. So delivery of autism understanding training to careers staff, I've done that. Recommendations for reasonable adjustments in the recruitment process. I have done this. I have had students who will say, I've got an interview or I've got an assessment centre, because remember the recruitment process is for a graduate scheme. It's quite often the interview is the last thing. You have to go through online tests. You might have an assessment centre. So we'll sit and talk to students about what you might want to ask from an assessment centre. I particularly pick on that because quite often they're going to be big, they're going to be busy, there's going to be a change of activity, change of pace. You might be, you're going to be expected to be working in groups with people that you don't know. So I have talked to students about making recommendations and written those up for them. Similarly, when students do aptitude tests, online tests, I've given evidence to say that they can have, it's usually extra time, but it might be access to a room on their own, access to a reader or a scribe, whatever it is that they need.
Let me just switch your microphone, because that's gone roboty.
And then discussions with students about employment support, like access to work and reasonable adjustments. Much of this, I can draw on my own experience as a disabled person. I mean, I'm not autistic, but I do feel that those of us with sight loss, there's a lot of commonality with the way that we approach the world. And I've found that gives me a lot more legitimacy in my role, being a disabled person. And I can talk to a student about what is it you're worried about, and I can kind of genuinely empathise and say, yes, I would have that concern as someone with sight loss. So we've talked about reasonable adjustments and access to work and how that follows on from DSA, how it's different, how it's better, how it's worse, you know, how you access it, and making sure that students know what their rights are when they go into the world of work. The last couple of things mentioned about disclosure and having an honest conversation about disclosure. It's the number one thing I'll get asked by a student that I'm working with, bearing in mind that I do specialist mentoring. So the finalists I've got, I'll have known them for 3 years. So we've got quite an open trust relationship. And they'll say to me, do I tell my employer about my autism? And I have an honest conversation where I try and put the pros and the cons of that. And for me, I think once you've disclosed your condition, your diagnosis, your identification, your label, it's not your own then. You've shared it with someone else. And with that, and I say this as someone with sight loss, and I think this is where there's a lot of commonality, with that comes someone else's preconceived ideas and stereotyped attitudes of what they think you can and cannot do. So I'm very honest with students. I say it is your right to disclose. And in a perfect world, I think you should disclose, because you know that gives you legal protections, you get what you need your employers to know that you need something. But with disclosure comes some understanding that that might change, and not always for the better, unfortunately, but that might change how people see you. It's not always bad. As I say, in the main, I do try and encourage students to disclose if they need their employer to know something. You know, if they know they're going to be working in a busy open plan office and that's not going to work for them, well, then you're going to need to disclose. But if you've got a hybrid job working from home and you don't really need your employer to know. So we have those sorts of conversations around disclosure. And the final one, in the Lucas paper, all these papers are very good actually, but in the Lucas one, they talked about the emotional support that support staff in universities and career staff and tutors, anybody that gets to know the student they're working with, the emotional support they provide. And I hadn't really thought about that. And literally, the day after I read that paper and started putting my slides together, I had a meeting with a third year student who only got her autism diagnosis at Christmas. And she just came in and she talked about how she was fearful of the future. And she had all these ideas of what she was going to do and she didn't know which one to choose. And she talked about how it's already been a struggle getting her family to understand her autism. How is she going to do that in the job place? And I found myself kind of offering her advice as, you know, one disabled person to another. And I mean, obviously it didn't blur any boundaries. You know, it still remained professional. But I realised afterwards that I'd given her a level of emotional support that I perhaps hadn't anticipated I could do. But it appears from the research that a lot of autistic students get a lot from that. They need to know that the support staff can empathise with them and understand what it is that they're going through. And support to manage change, yeah, so Coney found that students talked about they want support to manage change and to combat self-doubt. That's really what this student I was working with was riddled with. And to improve self-advocacy. There's been a lot of work around that, a lot of research around how autistic students autistic people need to be able to advocate for themselves. I think disabled people generally do. And as I've said, I think I enjoy this work with working with disabled students because I come from it it's a very personal place for me as a disabled person, and I can draw on my own experiences. And especially as somebody who's, you know, it was interesting talking to this girl. She's barely 21. She's about to get a decent first in her degree. She's like, but I've got to get the right job. And I'm like, 30 years further on from you. I said, your career will ebb and flow. You don't need to know what you're doing at the age of 21, you know, and it's just reassuring them. So to finish off then, some final thoughts here. So our findings show that it's important for universities to support autistic students with the emotional and practical aspects of transition, not with just with careers and employability. Absolutely. I'd say that very much guides the work that most autism professionals working in universities will do. And then the other research found an individualised process focused on an identification of strengths, adaptation of employment and work processes, and improved understanding and acceptance of autism in the workplace should be emphasised. Pretty obvious to me, but the research is backing this up as well. And if I was to relate this to the real framework, I think we need reliable career services who can give the support and with that basis of autism understanding. I think we need empathic support staff that can give that emotional support. I think we need anticipatory employers who can think about the adjustments they can make within their workplace for everybody, so that as an autistic person, you haven't got to go in and ask for anything different, it's already there. And I think we all need to be logical by working together and supporting each other to do that, to improve employment. And then the references are there if you want to read any of those papers. Thank you. Do you want the clicker? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me give you that so you can click that onto your lapel. Have you managed to do that?
Yeah.
And then that's the... I don't know if you want to click the battery as well. Okay. Yeah, you're going to have to hold that as well. You manage?
Yeah. I've got.
Do you want anybody to do the clicker, or you're all right, are you?
I've got notes on my phone. Hello. If you see me looking at my phone, I have notes on my phone this time. I did bring my iPad, but I felt it'd be a bit too big to have up front, so I came with a little thing as well. I realised that there are loads of things in my hands. So my name is Michael, and I'm a third-year psychology student here at London South Bank University. I'm autistic. If you speak to any of my family or friends or any previous educational establishment I have been to, they will tell you that they have been knew about this for a very long time. We all knew. I was diagnosed last August. But I'm here to kind of talk about an autistic student's perspective about transitioning from university to employment, because that is what I am very imminently doing. Okay, so my experience at university. So I was thinking about COVID and remote learning, because while it taught us a lot about how we can do kind of learning differently, I did find that during the initial find your footing bit of 2020, it was quite difficult to be autistic, for me anyway, and for some of my peers, and access education. I came to university and I lived in the university accommodation, and I was very prepared because I have a sister 4 years older than me who went to university, so I knew what to expect until I didn't know what to expect. I didn't really know how to access online learning. I mean, I knew how to, join the Teams call, join the Zoom call, but for me, I really struggled with auditory processing, and I really struggled with lectures being online because I couldn't really, see people through a screen the same way that I can see them in person. A lot of research shows through eye tracking paradigms actually that autistic people's eyes move a lot when they're in conversation, and from what I understand from it, it's because we look at everything, and I will say I look at everything. The first thing I did when I came here was stand at the front so I could look at all of you, so I'd know who was here and who was looking at me. A case study in one paper that I read in preparation of this spoke about an autistic student who was also dyslexic. I failed to put that on the slide. And I really resonated with it. She said that she hated webinars because everything was happening at the same time, and it was so distracting that she couldn't concentrate. And I quite honestly agree with that. I found it really, really difficult to do everything at the same time. One thing I did like about going to university is that as per support arrangements that are in place for many students at LSBU, lecture slides were provided online in advance, and quite often seminar materials were too. And this was really good for me because I struggle a lot with auditory processing. I really like to kind of digest the information myself at home and take my notes at home, so that when I am learning from the actual class, I already have everything there, and it's not my brain kind of having a million thoughts whizzing around while I try and get them all down. And then there were also pretty nice well-being disability services and accessibility. But during my time at university, I noticed a lot of people really struggling with who they were meant to go to and how they were meant to know what they needed. Quite often, like I said, I was only really diagnosed last year. when you spend your whole life not knowing you need something, you're not going to know you need something. You'll just think that it's you. A lot of my friends, even after seeing me get the diagnosis and the support I needed, that still didn't really carry over to them. You know, it does, just because I needed something didn't mean they needed something. And a lot of the times, I call it like a brick wall. I always say to my friends, eventually what happens is that you hit a brick wall where you go, oh my God, I actually do need to set up something for myself, otherwise I'm going to really struggle. And that's the point where you kind of take it into your own hands and you self-advocate and you get this support. My friends did genuinely find it a lot harder than I did, and I was genuinely very lucky because I had this set up for me before I even started university. I had it set up for me in August. And then another thing that I spoke to a friend while I was making this, and together we, they said first that there is very much a lot of similarity when you're transitioning between educational structures. And together we wrote a little bit about it, because when it comes to me taking part in something, I do like to include the voices of other autistic people that I know. So together we write that you can go to any educational institution, and although the teachers and peers may change, it's still learning. It's still the same thing you've done your whole life from reception onwards. You're still on a timetable, you still have coursework, you still have homework, you still have exams or assessments. My friend says that it feels like they kind of expect you to know what happens when you leave school, and they ask both rhetorically and genuinely, because one of their biggest fears is they're just finishing college and going to university this September, and they're not afraid of it at all because they've seen all of their friends do it. But they're afraid of leaving university. They want to stay in school forever. They say they're going to do it all back to back, all the way up into a PhD. Because what do you do when you decide the structure of your future employment and there is no guide? Every other time we have been through school, we have had something to rely on. A lot of our schools don't offer work experience anymore. My school didn't do work experience. They did 4 years prior for my sister, but not by the time I got there. I worked in Croydon recently for a local third sector mental health support service for young people, where a lot of them were also complaining about how they don't get work experience. So where do we learn about how to work if not in school, where we're meant to be learning about how to work? So there were some things that I found very helpful. My disabled students allowance support has been very, very good. One-to-one support I have received from autism specialist mentors and study skill tutors ensures that I was able to complete my coursework at a pace that suited me, but still meeting my deadlines. I expressed many concerns about my transitioning to employment, which meant that I got to discuss these things with people who really understood me, which I guess if you're looking at the real approach is emphatic. And I do apologize for the small text. I'm doing my dissertation at the moment, so I wanted to have slides, so I kind of rushed them. But familiar support staff and consistent meetings with these staff allowed me to always have the opportunity to access support and disclose these concerns. For me, it's context dependent. I need to know that these things are there and know that these things are consistently there, or in the real approach, reliable. The support implementation outside of DSA that I got directly from my university, like I said, I contacted disability teams in August 2020 and implemented support arrangements preemptively rather than retroactively. But again, this is something that I did for myself with the knowledge that I needed this support. And the only reason I knew I needed this support is because my sister went to university and told me that I would. If I didn't have an older sister, I wouldn't have known how to do this. If I was the first person in my family to go to university, I wouldn't have known how to do this at all. A lot of my friends didn't. And another thing I liked is that they did understand the support I needed and why I needed it, which did result in the right supports being implemented. But of course, like I love to say, I am just one autistic person, and I did a little bit of a literature search so I could make sure that everything I said was backed up. Only 33% of autistic graduates in the UK are in full-time employment. And there was another paper speaking about how a lot of autistic people in the UK do wish to be in full-time employment. So that suggests a very large disparity between the two. And again, not everyone has a diagnosis. I didn't for a long time. There is a lot of poor support after autism assessments. Psychoeducation, so learning about your diagnosis, is practically unheard of. From younger people to older people. When my younger brother was diagnosed at 4, my parents were taught nothing different about autism. We ran off what my dad knew as a mental health nurse who studied in the 80s, back when it was considered a facet of schizophrenia. And there is also a lot of diagnostic barriers. So, for example, looking at sex, I know that women do not get diagnosed as much as men, and there's a lot of different reasons people are suggesting for this, but from my peers who are women, they say that it's just the assumption that it would look different on a girl, or that it just is different because they are a girl. And then also looking at socioeconomic status and ethnicity, no one in my family, aside from my youngest brother, was diagnosed. And I was always told it's because our culture was different, so they couldn't understand me. I'm not English. My mum's from Italy. My dad's from Ghana. From the get-go, that kind of meant that people would immediately shut off. A lot of services, when there's things they don't understand, especially back in the early 2000s, they would disengage. And obviously, this is only my experience, and I know people who have had different experiences. But a lot of these people fall under my comment about socioeconomic status. A lot of my friends who are autistic, who had good support in school, their parents took the schools to court. Their parents could afford to take the schools to court. If you look at Special Needs Jungle's response to the Green Paper, they go into this a bit more about how not every family has the access to taking legal proceedings to make sure their child is supported. And not every family knows that their child can be better supported than they're already being given, especially with the lack of psychoeducation. A lot of autistic people report frustrations with how the workplace focuses on social skills, and they also report a desire for more clarity. I can agree. I had a job interview recently, and their feedback to me was that I didn't follow what they wanted me to do with a specific task, but I had contacted them to ask them, am I meant to be doing exactly this, this, and this? And they said yes. So I told them, while I understood I didn't meet their requirements, I know that I did exactly what they told me to do. And perhaps I took that more literally, but they knew I was autistic and they didn't really provide examples, so it's only really running off what I could understand, and they told me I was right, so of course I'd assume I was right. Autistic university students in the UK also report significant challenges in a similar domain, so social skills, social support, and also the level of awareness that their universities have about autism. I can echo this in education and even in mental health sectors. I do see, unless it's autism specific, they really don't know enough about autism. And also autistic university students in the UK did report more mental health difficulties than neurotypical and otherwise neurodivergent participants in this specific research paper. But looking at what I feel could be helpful, I think universities providing support with autism that is informative, up-to-date, and reliable. So psychoeducation, diagnostic support, and hybrid one-to-one support, which in this case, hybrid means it can be available either online or in person to support individual needs. I have a lot of peers who prefer online meetings, and I do sometimes prefer online meetings because I struggle with time management. So sometimes it's just nice to be able to kind of go, oh, I'm meant to be doing this right now, and just turn around, open my iPad, and do it. But sometimes I feel to properly convey myself, I need to be in person. And sometimes I feel that works better for me. And it leads to me being less misunderstood, and also leads to me being able to read body language better. Because like I said, a lot of autistic people, they don't read faces, they don't read eyes. We kind of look at the body sometimes. I also think better signposting of available supports for autistic students and graduates is important. For example, I only found out that all alumni are supported by my university for 2 years after graduation last week, and I found it out from you. And I graduate this autumn, and I didn't know about that until last week. I am also, not to toot my own horn, but the reason a lot of my peers in university managed to access disability supports at university. This information isn't always signposted and accessible, and the cut-off dates aren't always advertised, which means that students miss out on getting the right support they need and the extra time they need for exams and other assessments that can really impact what their final grades are. And for a lot of students who are very academic, that is very distressing to realize that you need support but not being able to access that support. I also do want to add that the diagnostic barriers, and the reason I find them important, is because not everyone can access the support they will need without evidence that they need that support. And like I said, we all knew I had autism. I was on the SEN register at school. My child protection plan said I was autistic, but I had no official diagnosis. So when I came to university, DSA would give me nothing until my 2nd year, and they would give me no autism-specific support until my 3rd year. And this happens to a lot of my peers. Support with access to work applications, I think, is important, as it can be really confusing to navigate these kinds of applications alone. And very often in the workplace, they also don't support with these applications. My boyfriend very recently has actually left his job because they keep having disciplinary meetings with him about literally just his traits of autism that he asked for support with. And they said they'd get around to doing the access to work. He's been working there 6 months. It's never happened. He did try to do it independently, but he does really struggle with setting up these things. And similarly, I think that a bit better support with accessing DSA can be important, because I know a lot of students at university who don't know how to access disabled students allowance. I also think that because of how a lot of DSA students will be going on into work, this can really help in some support being transitioned. For example, I use Brain in Hand, which is an app that I get through Disabled Students Allowance, which is to help autistic people kind of navigate emotional regulation with additional external support from a response service or from resource packs that they provide you. It's a very amazing service, and if you're not aware of it, I do recommend that you recommend it to autistic students and autistic staff, because I know for a fact that it's covered in access to work. My sister has been working as a teacher for 3 years, and she does have a diagnosis that means that she could access to work, but she doesn't have it because she didn't know it was there because nobody told her. Which is strange, because she had DSA at school and then she went through a program with UCL to get a master's in education. And I feel like at some point that should have been brought up. I also think integrated care plans are important. Referring back to the Special Needs Jungle's response to the Green Paper, the recent Green Paper, which I really did not add on to this for reasons I cannot explain to you. I think I just forgot. One concern I've had is that an educational healthcare plan is not looked at more when you're implementing support for autistic students at university, and I really disagree with that. Whilst not everyone would have this educational healthcare plan, those who do very often went through education not really organizing that for themselves. I helped my brother with his. I helped my partner set up his DSA. No one ever asked to see an EHCP. No one ever asked if there was an EHCP. His university didn't ask, even though he told them that he had one that he could provide. And when someone really struggles with communicating their needs, and there is literally a bunch of pages on what their needs are and how you can support them, I think it should be something that's looked at universities. Currently an EHCP covers until 25, and they use it at internships, and they use it in other, I think, places where you can get a certification. Sorry, I just forgot the whole word for that. I do find it quite strange that we don't use it at universities in the ways that we could. Being able to independently set up support is not something you should be expecting everyone to be able to do. Referring back to my notes. So looking at better signposting, I know that the Equality Act suggests that schools should be helping students understand disability support at university. And I know for a fact that universities and high schools, colleges, sixth forms, they do this for contextual offers, but not for disabled students allowance. My boyfriend went to a SEND school. Not once did they mention this to him. And now that he's at university, we would hope that someone would mention it now. But it's really hard to know when to get the support. We don't often have accessible spaces to come in person to access support either. One thing that I am really interested in is I did a sensory audit during my research project, and I think that's something that we could use in university spaces to make sure that spaces are accessible for those who have different sensory processing. Yeah, those are just the references to everything. It's been ingrained into me in psychology to just always leave evidence. But yes.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I pass it on? Need to.
Oh, do you
It's already on the slide.
Thank you.
That's good. My hands don't work. There we go. Yeah, so I'm going to try and make sure you've guys got about 10 minutes for the Q&A bit. I'd usually start off by saying the reason why many of you probably saw me laughing or smiling throughout their talks is I've got auditory processing challenges, and captions have the same challenge when it comes to my names. My name's Piers. So everyone always say, you should always ask your peers, you should always get autistic peers guidance, make sure the guidance that's in the sector is written by the peers. And I can tell you that as someone that sits on the board of directors, the Disabled Students Commission, the Higher Education Commission, I did write most of the sector guidance, so it has been written by your peers. But the important thing about the real is that we've had the theory and we've had the lived experience, which has been fabulous. We've had the peer reviewed. I didn't review too many of them, but I did review some of the citations work, and we've had Nikki introduce it as well. But practically, what does it actually mean? What does it look like in a product or service that has implemented it from the ground up? So for those of you that have spare money and have got a smartphone, feel free to get out your smartphone right now. And go to your App Store, iOS or Android, and search something called Access Passport, AXS space passport, PASSPORT. Yeah, dyslexia. Now, this is something that Diversity and Ability, Disabled-Led Social Enterprise, has created. We are disabled-led by and for disabled people, nothing about us without us. I'm trying to think of any more of the community champion ethos things. And at the heart of things is reliability. No disabled person that I know, no autistic person that I know trusts the word, oh yeah, we're accessible, we're inclusive. Yeah, we're disability confident. Nobody trusts that, really. You're anxious, you're tired, you're exhausted. The empathic and empathy aspect is, do they understand me? I was told when I was 17, you can't be depressed, you're autistic. They don't work together. You can't be non-binary, you're autistic. You can't be this, you're autistic. Or vice versa. You can't be autistic, you're just trans. That's not how it works, but that's how things happen. People don't understand the intersectional perspective of being working class, of being a nerd that sits and wants to read about policy all the time, and being autistic. Those two might have gone together, but anyway. But it's about that thing of understanding me, but also realising that I don't need you to patronise me. I just need you to understand so that you realise that saying you're accessible doesn't make a difference, doesn't get me to trust you. True inclusion moves at the speed of trust. Trust, words. Secondly, anticipatory. Anticipate the anticipatory. Sounds really nice. What that actually means is you can't anticipate everything, but you can anticipate, you can't anticipate everything. And that's why we developed a passport, because everyone's unique. Everyone's got different challenges. If I really needed to, because of the basketball strap, I can get up and down the stairs here. I think the organisers would have a mini heart attack and a risk and health and safety thing. But the important thing is I can do that in my chair. Most wheelchair users can't. We're all unique. And in the autism thing, I care more about what type of lights you got than if you've got stairs. Anticipate the anticipatory. And then the logical bit is, how do you get someone to disclose that's non-verbal? How do you get someone to disclose or share that is sick and tired of repeating ourselves again and again? That transition. Do you disclose at the start, as we were talked about earlier? Do you disclose once you get the job, when you know they can't technically fire you? Do you want to work somewhere that you don't feel welcomed in the first place? That was my decision. I didn't want to work anywhere I didn't feel included. So if I couldn't feel like I could disclose at the start, I just didn't bother continuing the process. And then finally, on the passport thing, it's designed so you don't need medical evidence. The Equality Act doesn't say you have to have medical evidence. Access to work doesn't say you need medical evidence. DSA does, but we'll fight that another day. The important thing is to be real, feeling like I'm in a rap album with a microphone, but to be real, you have to understand that stop asking for things that GPs are going to hate you for. Stop asking for things you don't really need to anticipate what someone wants. If diagnosis takes 3 years for autism, you're going to graduate by the time that you get your diagnosis. So why ask for it in the first place if you can anticipate it's going to take forever? So when we talk about anticipatory and logical, it's to do with the processes and to do with the fact that university senior leaders, if you're in the room, sorry, you suck at being logical. You'll have a process that's amazing, but practically no one knows about it. So if the logical part says this is the process we have to follow, but nobody knows about it, how do we get students to engage? How do we get students to work with career service? And I'll finish on this before we go to Q&A. The Disabled Students Commission during COVID did some research that found only 7.9% of disabled student graduates experienced disability-specific careers advice by the time that they graduated. Despite the fact that I'm pretty sure 92.9% of universities at least offer something. So how is it that the perception of service is vastly different to what you actually offer? And that's the issue, is when we talk about logical and anticipatory, you can't just say, oh, we offer a service and it's reliable. If people perceive that you don't have it, or perceive that you don't talk about it, or perceive that you don't actually have it until it's too late, as Michael has wonderfully explained already. If you don't know about it till it's too late, you might as well not even fund the thing in the first place. Sounds bitter, but it's true. And then, yeah, the Access Passport is free, will always be free for users. We created it because we're sick and tired of having to be reliable to ourselves, having to plan everything ourselves. So now it's always going to be free. You put in your requirements. You can transition to any workplace. It's not tied to a university. It's not tied to a workplace. It's tied to you as a human being. And you share it with who you want to share it with. You unshare it with who you don't want to share it with. Had a bad interview? Screw them. They don't have your data anymore. It's about building confidence for the user. And that's what DNA, and that's what the Disabled Students Commitment, that's what NADP is about. It's about lived experience, peer support, and helping each other. And I'll stop there. Oh, 1 minute to go. Condensing 20 minutes into 8 was fun.
With great thanks to Nikki, Michael, Sharron and Piers. Yeah, for me personally, just so motivating. I felt this way last year as well. I'm going to open the floor now to questions. All right, I can hand already. I'm going to repeat the question that you say, just so that everybody hears. So what's your question?
How we can guarantee this kind of passport to be very legal enforcement? Because when you talk to employees, they don't give it they don't really give it. Yeah.
So the question...
Until the tribunal will decide it, but it's very late, just like diagnosis. Tribunal will take years, and you already get it.
So the question is about how can we guarantee our legal rights, especially with the passport,
to be very legal enforcement.
for it to be legally enforceable. Piers, do you want to take that one?
Yeah. Adjustment passports are not covered really by the Equality Act. It's something that helps an employer have due regard, helps a university have due regard, which is the legal thing. They don't have to have the Bristol court case thing, but the due regard is the standard. So whilst equality impact assessments aren't technically required by law, They just help prove that you've taken due regard to the Equality Act. So if someone sends you their passport, adjustments passport, like the excess passport, and you do nothing with it, that person's going to win hands down in any tribunal or court case. So it's less of a stick that we beat people with, even though that would be really fun. I can think of some employers. It's more of a carrot to say, this makes your lives easier. If you don't engage with it, this person's going to sue you and win. And every lawyer under the sun is going to jump at the chance to take that case because they've given you the adjustments and you've not engaged. And that's really easy to track with the passport on our system because you can see who's read it and not read it. So you can see they didn't even read the frickin' thing in the first place. Therefore, they definitely didn't have due regard. And as we see with the public sector body accessibility regulations that came in 2018, you will get shark lawyers that will take massive employers to court, even small ones, on behalf of the disabled person, even if we don't have money ourselves. So it's a little bit like ambulance chasing, and it's not something we want to go down, I don't think. We want things to change naturally. But there is the stick if necessary, and I do like hitting people with it.
And just to add to that, joined up thinking between all the organisations working around this agenda is absolutely crucial. So maybe you can have a slot on the Employment Autism website, for example. But you know, this conference is very much about joined up thinking.
Oh, it's also going to be on UCAS at some point.
Excellent. I have two more questions I can see, one or three. One here, one here, one here. I will try and get to you if we have time. My apologies.
So my question is for Sharron. She said that lack of clarity in job adverts is especially problematic. Can she be more specific about what information is useful to include?
So the question is about lack of clarity in job adverts and being more specific about the sort of information that's useful to include. Sharon?
Yeah, you put me right on the spot there. I don't know.
It wasn't going anywhere else.
It was found in the research.
It's using jargon.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? I think it's.
And also including things that are not relevant, like has to be a good team player. Do they really making things clear? Because autistic people, if they see criteria that they don't necessarily meet, we put off them applying for that job, so if they're not absolutely essential. And just clarity around if they need something.
I think the desirable and necessary, and you look at another one, expected, welcome, and you're looking, I struggle with that. So someone who's going into employment for the first time must really struggle when you see things like that.
Sharon, can we hear from you?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was going to say, I think I would have got that. I'm just trying to remember what was actually said in the thing. I think for me, when I'm working with students, if you look at any job summary form, you're absolutely right. It's that difference between essential and desirable, and that clarity around what it is. Because when we're supporting students to do cover letters for jobs, we say, make sure that you try and address all the things in the job summary form, and then there's an awful lot of information. So I think information overload. I know I've supported students to go through and to also see, where what they're doing translates into a very jargon-heavy employer way of putting things. And it is all those soft skills as well that I think autistic people, if it's not very transparent and not literal exactly, but if it's not very clear what it is you want. I think the two people in the audience said it probably much better than me, but to kind of sort of summarise what they said, I think it's about clarity, isn't it? And about understanding, because especially when you look at the essential criteria, having a degree, well, that's a very tangible thing. You've either got it or you haven't, or you're about to get it. But that kind of like, good with people, it's good. Well, what does that mean, good with people? So I've had discussions with them about those soft skills, which I think is something universities are starting to pick up on and work with students on as well.
Sharon, could Piers have a say, please? Thank you.
I just want to say, just be really obvious. I've just done a recruitment process for a new team member in my at DNA, and we were just really, really open. We literally said exactly roughly what they'll do every day. We have obviously the essential and desirable, but it's not have a degree, because what does a degree show? You paid ridiculous amount of money. I've got. But the additional thing as well is I also showed people what my timetable is at work. I spend this amount of time doing this amount of time doing that, this amount of time. So as an autistic person, I can see what I'll be doing on a day-to-day. And whilst the essential and desirable is useful, it's usually done by HR. No offence to HR in the room. But seeing the timetable of what to do meant that I could look at that and go, I could do that job. I'll apply for that job. Rather than going desirable, essential, well, is it mostly paperwork? Is it mostly speaking?
Can I
Thank you,
just very
Piers.
quickly say, GCSE English and Maths is a massive barrier for lots and lots of neurodiverse people who didn't get it when they were 16, probably perfectly capable of getting it now, but why do they even need it? It infuriates me beyond belief that it's really hard to do an access course without GCSE English and Maths. It is actually ridiculous.
Thank you, Nikki. Of the questions, can I just check, is there a question that Michael might be a good candidate for? Right, thank you.
Thank you, Marc, for your inputs. I was just wondering, you mentioned how difficult to access support, even though support was there, you didn't know about it. Right? So I was just wondering, why didn't you know about it? What should be done differently so you do know about it?
Do I need the little?
I think they might put one there, but hold it up anyway.
Yes. And this is an issue, I must preface this is just an issue with educational establishments in general. I've seen it the entire time I went through school. There is just a lot of difficulty with communication and joining up communication between different areas of an educational establishment. For example, when I was in high school, I was on the SEN register. Did I know? No. Did my parents know? No. Did the rest of the school know? No. But the SEN unit that I wasn't allowed to attend because, you know, I supposedly wasn't autistic, they knew that I was on their register and they just kind of told no one. And that can just happen sometimes. Recently I've worked on a project here that was done in collaboration with Office for Students called the Black Students Mental Health Project. And during that project we changed how, because you know how they give out little flyers to be like, this is the wellbeing team, this is the disability team. We did those, and one big issue we had with it was that they were really difficult to read. The information wasn't really there, and nowhere did it tell you that you could get an educational diagnosis by going towards your university. For example, I know that my university does dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, and ADHD. I know that UAL, which is like just across the street, does all of those and autism. So one thing I tell every single friend I know when they go, I was thinking of UAL, I go, oh, they can assess for autism there, just to let you know. It's the first thing that comes out my mouth. And that's a big issue because not every university offers everything the same, because private institution, and also they don't always signpost it properly. My friend is dyslexic, the friend who I said I spoke to about the fact that I was going to be on this panel, and one thing they've been a really good asset for me is that I use them as my proofreader because they're dyslexic. They immediately will tell me if they can't read anything that I've written. They will immediately tell me if the font is terrible, because it's not just about using a sans serif font. Sometimes it needs to be a weighted font. For example, during the project I mentioned that I did with OFS and my university, I really pushed them to use Open Dyslexic because it's the only dyslexia-friendly font where I've seen every dyslexic person I know go, yeah, I can read that. Because my friend who is dyslexic, they use a purple-coloured overlay. They hate the colour purple, but they use it because it's what they can read off of best. I have other friends who are dyslexic who use different coloured overlays. All of them can read that font. And, you know, it might just be all my friends. We are similar for a reason. But by the reviews on Google, it does really seem like that Chrome extension is very good. And it's offered as a Chrome extension. But it's just about being able to properly signpost this, because a careers fair is, or like, you know, when the Freshers Week, where there's all those stalls everywhere, that's very overstimulating and there's so much to look at. For a lot of autistic people, that's their first time entering that area of university. I know that some universities offered a walk around the campus before university started. Was that advertised to me? No, I wasn't diagnosed. Why would they offer me autism support if I wasn't diagnosed? So you're not going to meet everyone unless you offer it to basically everyone, because not everyone has that diagnosis, and that barrier can mean that they don't get the supports that they need. And if you don't catch them right as they go, it becomes really difficult to implement later without it still causing them to have some struggles in the time being. I do recommend that any posters, advertisements are done very obviously, that they're offered in different ways. For example, a larger print is something that I also wanted to insist on when I helped with this project. I told them, yeah, but it's this big. Not everyone's going to be able to read anything on a piece of paper that small. I have a friend who has -5 prescription in his glasses, and when we go swimming together, he looks around at everything like that. And I was like to him, take your glasses off, or stand really far back and tell me, would you notice that was a flyer for my disability team at my university? And he'd be like, no. I study psychology. We learn about dyslexia, dyspraxia, autism. One big thing that I spoke to about a lecturer about, which has now been done, is that at the end of anything that mentions these things, they then signpost to the service at our university. Because they're already mentioning it, so why aren't they also signposting? Like I said, when someone tells me they're interested in UAL, the first thing I do is go, oh, here's all the stuff they offer at UAL, just to let you know. Because sometimes it can just be really hard to access it. And even though they send out an email, sometimes it's really difficult to find things in your student Outlook, especially because the learning platforms that some universities use, every time someone posts something on that platform on the forums, it fills up your inbox. Honestly, like the way that I found this to make sure I had all the information is I look up the word Keyworth Centre because I know I got an email that said Keyworth Centre in it. So that's how I find the email when I'm looking for the exact thing. But yeah, it's just about having that exact signposting stuff.
Thank you so much. We're at time, and I'm just going to offer one more question opportunity. Is Amy looking at Nikki? So,
Asking about the app, I didn't catch how you spelled it.
AXS.
Thank you.
AXS passport, and I've got a QR code smart card thingy that people can tap or scan as well.
Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to give great thanks to all of our panelists and offer everybody a little bit. Coming back to the room. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce Ian, who will introduce himself, and then Marc, who will introduce himself. And I get to sit down and relax and listen for a minute. Ian.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name's Ian Iceton. And Marc Hommel is just in here, and we have a third colleague, Kim, who's with us as well, and the three of us will be covering this next hour. Just to give you an idea of how it's going to work, I'm going to speak for about 20 minutes, hopefully, if I can keep to time, and then we will broaden it out into a broader conversation, which Marc is going to lead, but the three of us are going to be involved in. Apologies in advance. Some of my slides, the text is a little bit small. I realise, having been in the audience for the first session, you might not be able to read all the detail, but I'm assured by my colleagues that you get access to all of the slides afterwards. And also, we are recording everything through one of these many microphones, so you will also be able to actually play back the whole presentation and watch it again. So if there's anything that you don't quite catch in the detail, obviously you could ask a question at the end, but if it's just a specific detail, it will be there for you to get later. So let me just introduce myself a little bit. In terms of the context of where I'm speaking from. So I had a career that was mostly very corporate. I spent most of my life as a HR director in a number of big UK businesses. So I have been responsible for a lot of recruitment processes. I've done a lot of work in diversity and inclusion. I have been responsible for employing autistic people, recruiting them, employing them, and unfortunately also going through some of the disciplinary and grievance processes on the other side of understanding the autistic experience. So that's my corporate background. From an educational point of view, I am also focused on autism in my own studies, and that culminated in doing my own doctorate at Cranfield University studying autistic employment. And I finished that about a year ago. And my specific question was, what factors influence employers to successfully recruit and then retain autistic people? So I spent a lot of time speaking to autistic people and their employers, their line managers and their HR colleagues, seeing what works and what doesn't work. So I'm trying to put in what I talk about for the rest of this morning, my experience both being on the employment side but also on the research side together to give you my view in terms of what I found. And where did that come from? Well, my personal experience is that 2 of our 3 children have had autistic diagnoses, and surprise, surprise, going through their diagnosis process and my own research, it became really apparent to me that actually I am autistic as well, although I think, what was it? You know, we were talking about late diagnosis for someone in their 20s. I was in my 50s before it really dawned on me, but it helped to kind of unlock a lot of things that had happened in my life and explain a lot of things. But it's interesting how, because of our different experiences, you can get that realization at very many different places in your life and in your career. So, Again, I won't quote all of the academic papers because you can look them up, but I wanted to just run through some of the things that I learned and I found through my studies. And some of this is repeating what you heard in the first session, so I won't dwell on it. But as we know, unemployment rates for autistic people are exceptionally high, much higher than almost any other disadvantaged group that you would like to look at. And as we said this morning, and as I know from experience on both sides of the table, in particular, recruitment processes can be especially inaccessible. And therefore, that's something that, as employers, there's a real onus to think about in terms of how we can do that differently and do that better. And that isn't just because it's the right thing to do and that there's a moral and ethical duty to make sure that autistic people are treated fairly, but there's also an economic reason for this, because the cost of that lost opportunity of the people that want to work who are autistic and who aren't, I mean, who knows how you really calculate it, but they are talking about billions of pounds in terms of lost opportunity. So this is both the right thing to do and economically sensible for any country that wants to think about it. The academic research breaks down the challenges to look at from an autistic person's point of view and from the employer's point of view. And again, I'm probably repeating some of the things that we heard earlier, but we know interviews are particularly inappropriate. It's a social test designed by neurotypical people for neurotypical people and has massive neurotypical presumptions built into it. And when I now look back at some of the recruitment processes that I was responsible for as a HR director and think about some of the accessibility I could have built into things and just wasn't aware of, it kind of makes me cringe a little bit. So I spend a lot of my time now advocating for autistic recruitment processes to be done in a better way. And sensory issues, we've talked about them this morning. Again, it was one of the panel, I think it was Piers, actually said, he has auditory challenges. I have auditory challenges. I was just explaining to Kim, actually. I nearly got fired once from one of my jobs because I have very acute hearing. I don't want to frighten you, but I could hear, if any of you were having a conversation whispered next to anybody next to you, I will hear it as though you're sat next to me. And I once complained about somebody in the next office because they were so loud and nobody else could hear the conversation and they thought I was being really mad. So, it is each to their own, but sensory issues can be quite disruptive in terms of how it impacts us. From employers' side, we know recruitment is critical. It was touched on a bit earlier. I think it was mentioned in the first session. There is emerging evidence, academic evidence, that autistic women are doubly disadvantaged in a recruitment sense and in a work sense. I think, you talked about it. Some of the autistic women I spoke to felt that actually, even when they were working in an organisation that wanted to be autistic friendly, what they found was the support was delivered in a way that was typically male orientated, and they were perhaps better at masking, better camouflaging. They didn't necessarily, unless they shouted very loudly, get the support that others got, and they felt almost like it was worse being autistic women, even though the organisation was being helpful, because they weren't getting that support. So as employers, we need to be very thoughtful about that. Co-workers make assumptions. One size doesn't fit all. And also, what's really interesting, and I found this in my research, and others, Richard's mentioned it as well, people who are line managing autistic people actually find the process, and reported to me, it's extremely stressful, because they find themselves in a situation where they desperately want to do the right thing, but quite often find their employer, their processes or the culture don't allow them. They want to give the reasonable adjustments. They're desperate to do it, but sometimes the system thwarts them, and that makes them feel very uncomfortable. So it isn't just about the autistic employee themselves feeling stressed at work. Their line managers are often stressed as well, so it creates an even more tension in the situation. We touched on it a bit earlier. I think you mentioned it, didn't you, in terms of the challenge about disclosure. Organisations are trying to be creative, whether it be supported employment or customised employment. Yes, internships, of course, it would be better if they were paid rather than unpaid. But frankly, in some cases, anything is better than nothing. And on a journey, sometimes you go through one step to another. My own daughter, found it too daunting to go straight into employment, full-time paid employment, but she took a journey that's now got her into employment by going through unpaid roles and volunteering roles to begin with. So each to their own in terms of different routes that might work. And you know, adjustments and flexibility are clearly key, and I love the idea of the passport and the access and being able to give employers information about what we need, because people are different and sometimes there's a lack of education, a lack of training, and so making it as easy as possible for employers to know what to do is a great starting point. Some of the things that I found, I learnt lots during the 6 years it took me to do the doctorate, but some of the things that really struck me that I think are relevant from an employment point of view is that many employers, most employers I think, misunderstand the range and the complexity and the diversity of autism. Even when they've heard the phrase, you know, we're not all the same, they still don't quite grasp the absolute amount of difference there is, and that can be a challenge again even when they're trying to be supportive. So that's very significant. And also again back to the intersectionality point, not just autistic women but many other groups of individuals who are autistic and something else, which we'll come back to, have a more significant challenge being understood and accessing support in the workplace. And later in life diagnoses are also quite interesting, quite common at the moment, because we know diagnostic capabilities 15, 20 years ago were not great. They're not brilliant now, but they're better than they were. So I met quite a few people who were coming to terms with their diagnosis mid-career or late career, and were going through a really unusual sort of, who am I? Who have I described myself as to my employer? What support? Can I really ask for stuff now that I haven't asked for the last 10, 20 years? And that's a very interesting journey that many people are going through. But there are also quite a few gaps or potential gaps in what we don't know from current academic research. Certainly the data that's available is much less detailed than I would like. There is not a lot of data that looks at autistic employment broken down by different elements of demography and intersectionality, and a project I'm working on is now looking to see what we can do to address that. What we also don't really know in a lot of detail is the difference between autistic employment split full-time, part-time, or casual employment, or people that are volunteering or working in other social enterprises. It's quite a generic high-level information. And there certainly doesn't seem to be much information, if any, about autistic career progression. So we talk about just, you know, how important it is to get someone employed, but actually beyond that, from a HR point of view, you know, I've spent a lot of my time talking about talent and getting people through careers. Well, what do we do about talking about the barriers where it's assumed that a line manager will be good at managing people and they'll have empathy skills and people skills, and the criteria in organisations actually require you to sort of demonstrate these things? Well, how will autistic people demonstrate some of those capabilities in their own way and still be able to make great career progression? And also, there's a project just being kick-started, which I think is really good, to look at employment satisfaction levels for autistic employees. Because it isn't just, whilst, yes, it's a fabulous ambition that we want autistic people to get employed, but we don't want them to be just employed. Why shouldn't autistic people enjoy and have a passion for their work as much as anybody else? So if people are underemployed or undersatisfied because they've struggled to get into work and are not supported, that's not enough. We've got to get to a point that says they actually flourish in their work. I've also got a beef about recruitment tools, full stop. A lot of firms are using auto-intelligence, artificial intelligence, robo-interviews, video interviews. They are almost entirely neurotypically designed, and they don't even have the human factor to override some of that. So I'm mentoring a number of autistic graduates at the moment who tell me, I failed the test. I knew why I was going to fail because I could see what question they were looking for, but I'm too honest. I had to give the answer that was relevant to me rather than what they were looking for, so I didn't get through the test. Should I lie next time? Because I'm smarter than them. I can see what they need, but that's not who I am. So what do I do? And, it's actually a kind of discrimination. And, somebody very soon is going to be brave enough to take these people to court and actually say, you can't use these systems. And it's going to be really interesting. And potentially, again, not wanting to criticise the support there is, but the benefit system can discourage autistic people that are getting levels of support, progressing into employment and progressing their hours and progressing careers, because the level of support peels away quicker than they gain money from doing things, and it becomes a disadvantage. And that works in other levels of disability as well, but it's something that we should think about from an autistic point of view. So there are fabulously, many of these organisations are represented here today, but I've got a 3x3 grid. The lines aren't very visible. It's white on white, which doesn't help. But I looked at first column individuals, academics, websites and blogs, middle column kind of charities and government organisations and commercial organisations, and split their focus between neurodiversity generally, autism generally, and autism employment specifically, just for a project I'm doing with my current workplace, just to look at who's providing support. And this has seen a huge progress in the last 5 to 10 years in terms of, and there's people, I'm sure, people represented here that I haven't managed to capture, but the point is, lots of people are starting to provide support, which is great. And I've worked with many of these people, and they're providing lots of support. And, thank you. And as was mentioned earlier, the government is also really keen to make sure that employers are thinking about this and that they can support them properly, and the Buckland Review is aiming to do that. So there's some positive signs, certainly compared to 5 or 10 years ago. But the project I'm working on currently is to say, and I think that the strapline of today is about transitions. My current project, and my question is there a danger that we've got an autism employment stereotype? Is the amount of work that is currently and the support available potentially too stereotypical and too focused? Are jobs and internships being, or even unintentionally, targeted a certain type of autistic person? And I'm being a little bit provocative here, but young, so-called high-functioning, white, graduate, probably IT, computer, geeky type skills based in an office. And maybe there's a whole bunch of other autistic people that don't fit that profile and are actually potentially getting a lot less support. So I'm now working with an organisation called the Autism Centre of Excellence at Cambridge, which is a spin-off from Cambridge University, headed up by Simon Caron-Bowen, that some of you have heard of. And what we're looking at is to say, what about if you're autistic and something else as well? Have a whole range of other disabilities potentially, or another neurodiverse condition, which sometimes might mean that some of your autism gets confused for something else. So if you're autistic and ADHD, the autistic part of you might mean that you have a real attention to focus on one day, and then your ADHD definition means that the next day you're really scatty and not focused, and your employer's thinking, who am I working with here? This is like Mr. Schizophrenia. What about if your autistic support is less typical than the stereotype? Or if you're an autistic woman, or you come from a different ethnic background, you talked about culturally, some ethnicities, autism is less talked about and less understood and confused for other things. Or if you're older. Or I've spoken to a number of people that come from the LGBT community that say, actually, it's great that there's LGBTQT support, but quite often the way that that group delivers their support for my gayness is actually totally not delivered in a way that helps me from an autistic point of view. So I'd love to be able to be part of that group, but I can't be because it isn't delivered in a way that my autism allows me to understand it. So how do you deal with the intersectionality of those challenges? Or, as you said, different socioeconomic background. If you haven't got the parental support, finances, knowledge, awareness, if you come in a part of the country or a level of resources that don't allow you to access even the support that there is, what's the chance you'll even get diagnosed or even know that the support is available? Or even if you're just not a graduate, because so much of the autistic employment support is aimed at graduate level and beyond, which is fabulous for the graduates, but at least half the population aren't graduates. So any autistic person in that part, what are we doing to ensure that they get the support as well? So that's what I'm working on currently, which is to say, how do we fill those gaps in terms of data? How do we look to understand the overlap between autism and other support needs that people might have? Looking at where we might need to be even more creative in terms of the employment offerings for people that fall into those categories, and consider that intersectionality in real depth and talk to people in those multiple communities and say, how can you make it so that you can access the autism support while still recognising the other facets of who you are? And ultimately, what I want to be able to do is take that from the UK internationally, because there are also many countries and regions in the world where their legal climate and their cultural climate are not yet as respective and understanding of autism as they are in UK, US, Australia, for example, and we can take some of the things that we've learned and hopefully speed up the process in those parts of the country, parts of the world, that would allow them to access what we learn and make it so they don't have to go through all of the challenges that we have. So that is what I am working on currently at Autism Centre for Excellence at Cambridge, and hopefully, I know many of you in the room already, but if anybody else wants to get involved, please let me know, because I think there's a great opportunity for us to broaden the support that's available in the future for autistic people, so that every autistic person can reasonably expect there's a chance to find some work that will be suitable for them, delivered in a way that works for them. So that's what I'm going to be looking at.
Thank you so much, Ian. While we just change over microphones.
Can you switch it? Sorry, can you switch it round?
Oh, sorry.
Back to
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you.
While we change over microphones, we'll take questions at the end, and we'll have a bit of a panel discussion at the end. So, without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce Marc, and I think Kim will also be joining at some point in this talk. Over to you, Marc.
Which way is forward? Okay. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm not quite sure what the time is, and you'll need to tell me when I'm talking too much and going off time. But hello, everyone. Thanks for asking me to be here today. I want to support and reinforce what Ian was talking about, and share my own experiences, and see if I can prompt some thinking and discussion in the room around how the autism community, so autistic people and our families and the people that support us, is there a way that we can better engage with employers along the aim of helping employers to better help us? I work, and I have worked in my career, with hundreds and hundreds of employers of all shapes and sizes, and help us to help you is probably their biggest request at the moment that I find in trying to inspire them to better deal with autism. So that's where I want to see where this discussion goes today. So a little bit about me, myself, and I. I am 61 on Friday. A great birthday present for me would be any of you that want to co-join with us on this agenda of seeing how we can create better relationships with employers, how we can inspire employers to be more on our agenda. If you could come and see us afterwards and give us your name, I want to try and get a small task force together to see if we can take this agenda forward. Although I recognise that many of you might already be on this agenda through your own organisations and your own efforts. So I've been in business for many, many years, both as an advisor. I was a partner at PwC for many years. I was advising employers right around the world on their people strategies. But I've also run my own businesses, both small businesses and large businesses. And so I've been an employer myself. I, like others who mentioned, recently discovered that I was autistic. So I discovered I was autistic in my 60th year. And of course, what led me to that discovery was diagnosis of 2 of my 4 children as being autistic. And I have 4 daughters, 2 are autistic, 1 ADHD. And through that journey, I learned that I was autistic as well. And I had a lot of reflections on would it have been helpful to me or unhelpful to me had I known I was autistic earlier on in my career. I'm not sure what the answer to that is, especially for someone who was born in 1962. What I have struggled with at times during my career is emotional illness, is mental illness. I've been signed off work. and I've been on medication, etc., at times in my career. And I don't know for a fact whether that's part of a challenge out of my autism, or whether I would have gone through it anyway. But I know that when I had the courage to ask my employers for help around my mental illness, that the support kicked in. And it was a great lesson for me that once I had the courage to disclose that I was mentally ill and the support kicked in, that support would not have kicked in had I not had the courage to disclose it. And it's made me think about, what more can we in the autistic community do around disclosure, around disclosing to employers about our own challenges, fraught as it is with lots of landmines. So, I've been very lucky in my life. Overall, I've had a successful career. I've got a family. I've got a lot of support. I feel very loved. I've also had a lot of challenges and struggles. But in recognizing my challenges and my struggles and the lessons I've learned, I also want to right up front say I also need to recognize I'm a white, cis male, from a relatively privileged socioeconomic background, and whatever challenges and struggles I have felt, other autistic people and neurodivergent people will experience them to a much greater extent than I had, and I have to acknowledge that in what I'm about to share. So I thought, as part of my sharing and part of what's prompted me in my own thinking, I'd share with you, if I look back at my career, and I've looked at my performance reviews and so on, which for some reason I've kept in a very neat file. What does the word cloud look like when people have been asked to describe me? And I'm not going to go through all of these words, but I reckon this is probably how I describe my children at times. And like I think it was Michael mentioned, when I've told people that I'm autistic, in my 60th year, it's like, duh, it's like, we've known it all along. And on the other hand, there are some other words in my word cloud, in my performance reviews. And if I think about my legacy in business and with people that I have led and supported and coached and mentored, I'm very proud of the green box. And I'm proud that almost all of my employers, not all of them, but almost all of my employers would have me back because I've left a legacy. And somehow, it makes me wonder actually whether my autism actually served a good purpose for me. I didn't know. I didn't know about the diagnosis at that time. But some of these things, around speed, creativity, etc. I mean, I'm sure you'll recognize these words in yourselves and in the people you support. And then, if I think about how have I felt in my adult life, well, actually in my whole life, these are feelings that I very regularly have had and do have. And I remember when I was telling a therapist shortly after I uncovered that I was autistic, and she said to me, "Marc, how have you achieved what you have? You must be so exhausted. You must have been exhausted throughout your whole life." And I just burst into tears. It felt like such a validation and an acknowledgement to myself about how difficult I have found things at times. And on the other hand, there's the green box that I've been told I have an extremely strong moral compass. And I'm like, doesn't everyone? And integrity. And I spot things that other people can't spot. And I'm extremely fast. And one of the reasons people find it so difficult to work with me is I don't do process. I just reach the conclusion and then expect everyone else understands why that conclusion is the right conclusion, because it is, right? So the reason I share this is it's made me realize, in conjunction with my experience of advising employers and mentoring people, that we all want the same thing, whether we're neurodivergent or neurotypical, whatever those words mean. And these are my words, but it's kind of a mantra that, you know, I think for the autistic community, this is what we seek. And in fact, we seek it for all humankind. That people can have psychological and operational safety, opportunity and inspiration in their workplace. To join a workplace, to belong, to grow and progress, to give my best and to feel valued for it and to be valued for it. You know, that's an aspiration that I try and bring in my support of other people and employers into my work. And someone mentioned, was it Piers? Can't remember. Or no, I think it was you, Ian. It's not just about, these are again my words. You know, I think our aspiration for the autistic community and the neurodivergent community is to manifest outcomes where neurodivergent people are not only struggling trying to just survive, but are actually aspiring to thrive and achieving outcomes that are thriving as opposed to just surviving. And then into the more controversial bit, which is, I really think, I mean, employment is a relationship. It's a relationship between people who represent the employer and the employee or the prospective employee. And like any relationship, there needs to be resonance and mutual support. And quite understandably, many people in the neurodivergent community with the challenges we feel and people who feel much deeper challenges than I ever did often feel hopeless and helpless and victimized, and the world doesn't understand me, and the world speaks a different language. And it's natural that in those situations we feel angry and victimized and hopeless. And I really, you know, my aspiration and looking for people to co-join in the practicality of this, because I'm not sure what the practicality of this is for us to engage with employers in a way that inspires them to help us and to answer their question or their request, help us to help you. And so what I want to do in the next 5 minutes or so is share my view, and I'm going to ask Ian and Kim to contribute as well, but being people out of industry and HR directors, on what it feels like to be an employer or a person in an employer. Because we must remember the employer is people. It is also people with feelings and vulnerabilities and challenges and stress and so on. So it's recognizing the pressure that those people in current and prospective employers are under. How can we help them to help us as autistic people? So I'm not going to go through, you know, it's a theme of the day, and many of you are far more qualified than I am to talk about the huge challenges that the neurodivergents have in the workplace. And actually, when I say that, I think of three categories of people. I think of people who are currently in employment and are struggling with challenges. I think of people who want to get into employment and are struggling to get through or identify what they want to do and get through the recruitment process. But I also think, and I reflect on one of my daughters in this, I think of those people, autistic and other neurodivergent people, who feel completely hopeless and just have no belief and are nowhere near getting into the workplace. So I think, you know, there's all those three communities have a rough deal in the world of employment. But reflecting on the employer's side, I genuinely believe that many employers, and an increasing number of employers, recognize and understand that they will get better business results. Their businesses will perform better if they positively embrace with diversity. I mean, every employer is talking about the diversity and inclusion agenda. The application is often incongruent with the words. But I do think there is a genuine belief within most employers that having a genuinely diverse organization is better for the business. Not only for the business results, but also there's a heartfelt loss of a feeling of humanity and soul in the workplace relative to 20, 30 years ago. You know, technology, while it can be very helpful, has also done some really bad things in terms of denigrating humanness and soulfulness in the workplace. And employers are much more concerned today than they were 5, 10 years ago around creating a more human, humane, soulful workplace. So both for driving business results, but also for the feel-good factor, which in turn drives business results. Employers do recognise the power of embracing diversity. And there is genuine intent among many, many employers, I'd say most employers, to positively help autistic and other neurodivergent people. The problem is, it's really, really difficult. You know, the application, like what do we do? How do we do it? Where do we start? Is really, really difficult. And especially as a number of the speakers have said quite correctly, in my view, we're all different. We're all different. Ultimately, we want to help meet the needs of individuals, not of a label or of a diagnosis. And so there's huge diversity among all of us, and it's complex. How do we meet the needs of that huge diversity in a way that the business can operate, can afford, that it fits in, that it supports what the business is trying to do? So it's very, very difficult. So in my work with employers, I'm helping employers, and many of you in the room are as well, to understand what actions employers either are required by law or must or can take to help the neurodivergent community. And this is a partial list. Many of you will be familiar with lots of the things on that slide. But employers are struggling with, where do we start? There's so much to do. There's so much to change. Where do we start? And Marc, you're helping us understand everyone's different. You know, meet the need of the individual, not the need of the diagnosis. Where do we start? Help. So it's difficult being in HR or the head of talent or the CEO or on the board. No, where to start? You know, we genuinely want to help, but where do we actually start? There's so much to do. And I wanted to just, in yellow, highlight some of the things that I've been bringing to employers' attention, which many of them are telling me I'm the first person to have done this, although it won't surprise me if a number of you in the room have as well. There's a lot of focus on recruitment. I've heard recruitment mentioned a number of times this morning. There's a lot of focus on recruitment. But what about onboarding when someone actually arrives? And what about when you're in managing your career? Because most organizations, their culture is to drive standardization. You know, HR and people who are responsible for operations are being directed to standardize and technologize, is that a word, Ian? Use technology as much as possible. So to standardize as much as possible, template everything, right? And drive people to self-service use of technology. Well, that doesn't really fit with the diversity and inclusion agenda, trying to standardize everything. But most organizations, the fact is, there's a drive for standardizing all the processes because it, quote unquote, saves money. And it manages risk because we're treating everyone equitably, and we have to be seen to be treating everyone equitably, quote unquote. So we've got to put everyone through the same process. Well, that completely flies in the face of embracing diversity. So introducing flexibility, not only in recruitment, but in the onboarding, performance management, the type of career paths, in the way people are measured, in the way they are paid and rewarded, in the way we determine bonus payments or promotions, succession planning, all that kind of stuff. You know, very, very few employers have started on that journey. It's viewed as too difficult, and it is really difficult. And there's an absence of data in organizations. Employers don't know who's neurodivergent, either because people themselves don't know or too scared understandably, to share diagnosis. And when employers are looking to construct teams and so on, at the moment, very, very few are looking to see how they can take advantage of neurodivergency in constructing teams. So there's lots and lots of challenges. I've mentioned the standardization. Ian mentioned line managers, and I know Kim wants to talk about that as well, that line managers are increasingly being asked. Well, Kim, do you want to say something about line managers? Because I think this is really important to understand in terms of supporting autistic people in the workplace, the role of line managers and why they need support. Okay. I do. Just wanted this to be a quick whatever.
Quick. Okay.
Because it depends what type of autistic you are, whether you get too close or whether you don't like getting close. Just hold it. Just hold it. Yeah.
Is this on? Hello? Oh, great. Hi. So I'm Kim, and just to briefly, what do I do with that? So just to briefly introduce myself, so I have worked in HR for many years, and I'm now a job coach. I am in Switzerland, so I'm working in one of those countries that Ian mentioned that is really far behind when it comes to autism awareness. And I'm also doing a PhD on autism and employment, with a particular focus on the employer's perspective. So one of the key elements that has come out from my work is the particular role that the line manager plays when it comes to supporting an individual in the workplace. And what I'm seeing is that the line manager is really, really struggling. And there have been lots of mentions here about raising awareness and training of the line manager, but I think that that's just really putting a plaster on the situation. I think line managers are really, really struggling with many, many different things. So the employment world is changing. Lots of organisations are moving to agile ways of working. So the emphasis is very much on teamwork and project work. And 1 week you're working with these individuals, next week you're working with a different set of individuals. So there's a lot of change in organisations. So line managers are having to deal with that themselves. And I think they are often in a situation where they're feeling a lot of conflict, in a sense, where they're having they're a bit like the meat in the middle of the sandwich. They've got a lot of pressure from senior management to perform, to represent the organisation, and then they're having to support their own teams. The teams can be very diverse, so they're having to deal with all of these different issues as well. What you're also finding, though, is that the line managers tend not to have the know-how, they haven't had the experience of neurodiversity, but they also don't get the support within the organisation. So this is something that I'm experiencing also in my work as a job coach. Line managers also tend to have difficulties with resources, with getting the budget. So all of this is playing a role in the extent to which the line manager can support the individual. And what I'm finding out is that how important it is the line manager's role is when it comes to the integration. In particular, we mentioned earlier on this morning about this concept of trust and how important it is to build a trusting relationship to your contact person in an organisation. And for that, the line manager plays a key role. So this is what I'm finding. Did I cover?
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah?
We'll come back to Mabel. So I hand the medal over. Are we good with all these devices? Thanks. All right, so, there's a lot, again, I want to emphasize an employer is people. It's people in HR, it's line managers. By the way, line managers have been asked to do more and more people are being asked to be line managers. So there's a greater proportion of people in the workplace that are being asked to be line managers, and in that role to be experts in how to handle diversity with no training. But at the bottom here, too many actions. Where do we start? Where do we start? And when you observe what's going on in organizations, there is enormous incongruency between words and actions. So there's lots of words, and I believe it's honourable intent. Lots of words around embracing diversity, making things easier for neurodivergent people, but the actions are harder to achieve. And some of the other reasons why it's challenging for people who represent the employer is, I've already mentioned some of them, but we don't know who's neurodivergent. People are understandably scared to disclose. Everyone's different. There's lots of lots of people with one neurodivergency have another type of neurodivergency, also struggle with mental illness, also other things that Ian was talking about, come out of other challenged minorities. Fear and stigma remains rife. And there's one at the bottom. I mean, this is real. Employers never admit this, but at the end of the day, it's inconvenient, right? We're trying to standardize everything. We have a process. We have a performance management process, and it requires you to log in and go into this part of the portal and to complete a form and and to send the form to it. And we're trying to simplify everything. So there's cost and there's inconvenience, and no one ever says that, but it personally impacts the people, people in HR and so on, who are being asked to deliver that standardization.
I was just going to stand close, so hopefully you can still hear us. I think that's a really interesting point, because I did a project last year as a consultant where a big UK organisation asked me to look at their performance management processes and kind of do it from an autistic and neurodivergent point of view to say, does it work or not? And it was horrible. There was all sorts of things that were just so neurotypical in the wording, the assumptions, the look-fors that managers had to sort of tick a box to say someone has shown empathy by great eye contact and how they worked with a team, and there was no understanding that you could do it in other ways. So I helped them rewrite the process and to actually get a set of language that I thought would be autistic friendly. And the feedback I got after they'd been using it through the last performance management round was two things. One expected and one unexpected. One expected, their neurodiverse community said, this is brilliant, first time anybody's ever thought about us. The really big learning was everybody else said it was way better for them than it had been before. So it actually could be standardised by just getting a standardised system that works for everyone. So it's not really a cost increase, you just need to be thoughtful enough and make it work for everyone. So there's a lesson, I think, in terms of some of the changes we need to make. It can be better for everyone.
Yeah. Great point, thank you. So maybe Ian and Kim, it's a good point for you to come, if you're happy to.
Marc, sorry, the bell mic's hit the ground as well. Enjoy the technology, what can we do?
Yeah, look, multitasking. I'm not sure if I'm in the multitasking bracket or not, but
if you want to give my one back to me, I'll just pop it
which is your one?
It works in different ways. There we go. That one's mine. Thank you.
Okay, all right. You can talk into that if you want. Okay, so I want to come back to the goal, or what I think the goal is. I hope you share in that goal. But in achieving that goal, what is it that I'll come back to the we, what is it that we can do to help employers, whatever that means, people who represent employers and are decision makers in employers and have to carry out decisions in employers. What can we do to positively engage them, to inspire the changes that neurodivergents need to be able to enter into the workforce and stay in the workforce, and to achieve the things that I showed you about myself in the green boxes, to have more of what the green box stuff is and less of the red box stuff. And by we, I'm not sure what I mean, whether I mean the charities and the support groups, the coaches, therapists and practitioners, families, and individuals. And I was very struck, Michael, with amazing. I mean, I found you so inspirational. Not the only speaker today I found inspirational, but I found you particularly inspirational. And what I saw, this sort of courage to take responsibility despite all your challenges. Michael has somehow taken responsibility for changing your world. And it must be enormously, enormously difficult, and credit to you. But equally, and I know this in my own family, the diversity between my two daughters, who are both autistic. One has much more courage and self-esteem to take actions to look after herself, and the other feels completely hopeless and has no aspiration whatsoever. So there's a diversity among autistic people, ability to take responsibility. But what is it that autistic, we as individual autistic people can do to help our employers or prospective employers help us and our families and etc. So that's what I mean by the we. I'm not sure. And I'd love to either join an existing movement, if one exists and is represented in the room, or to actually set up a task force to collaborate and see, what we can tease out in terms of how we can inspire this change by being allies and friends and building relationships with employers. And I've got loads and loads of relationships with many, many employer organizations that I can put you guys in front of, as indeed do Kim and Ian. So that's the exam question. And I think I should probably shut up and take reflections from Ian and Kim, and then from any of you who want to contribute or challenge what I've had to say.
We've about 10 minutes before lunch. We can go a little bit over, but not too far. And there is certainly one person who needs to go first for questions when the time comes, because I missed you first. Go for it, Ian.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I suppose just a couple of reflections on things that you touched on that I can think about from my, when I was on the employer's side. Certainly the issue about cost saving and standardisation, I think is a big challenge, and that's not an easy one for any individual, any kind of group to challenge, because you are under a lot of pressure. I remember being HR director of a pretty big organisation, and we would be recruiting 500 graduates a year, and we would get somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 applications, and the only way to manage that was to have a really, really standardised CV kind of sort, and it chucked out 75% of the applications just from looking at the CV, and it didn't look at the personal statement. It never got as far as that. It was, had they been at this university, had they got this grade, and had they done the internships in the right places at the right time through their career, many of which typically, an autistic person might struggle to get, and they would just be chucked out without anybody really even thinking about it, just because you could afford to do that when you had 10,000 applications for 500 places, and you weren't given the people to read 10,000 applications and to go through everyone and give the personal touch. You just didn't have the time and the resource. So it is a challenge for some organisations. I'm not defending it, but it is a challenge. And I think recruitment, definitely, we've talked about it a few times, I think recruitment is definitely a rich vein of opportunity for organisations to do better and for individuals and communities to influence, because I genuinely believe that we can make the process better for everyone by making changes that would, yes, help autistic people. I'd actually think it'd just be better anyway. I did thousands of interviews in my time, and most people I interviewed with and alongside were so rubbish at doing interviews, I almost wanted to kick them on the table and say, shut up, you're not going to speak because you don't deserve to be interviewing. If we could change one thing and get people who are doing interviews to do them better and be more thoughtful about how you get the best out of people, it would help autistic people and everybody else.
I think we need to find a way of getting past interviews personally, but that's a different topic. They're intrinsically unfair. They advantage the people who tell a good story. Nothing to do with odd jobs. Kim?
Yeah, so can I just briefly add to that? And coming back to, again, Michael, we spoke this morning about the difficulties he had to access support, even though it was available, but he didn't know where to go. And I think we're also seeing this in organisations. And my focus is on the line managers, and I'm also seeing that line managers don't know where to go for support within the organisation. So this would be something I would want to see change, is that there is more know-how within the organisation themselves. This definitely is something that needs to change.
Can you just pause and see? Yeah, it'd be great to take some comments.
I've never been more emotionally impacted by a presentation before. So first of all, for my organisation to signpost it up on the screen was one thing,
but when Marc, you were talking, it was really, I thought it was my story. And I think that if some people call autism locked-in thinking, you can also have a locked-in life. You can have, that nobody else understands, and that you can be in a crowded room and feel completely alone. And one of the things that I felt was kind of scared, because you invited people to be part of this group or whatever, and you don't know quite what it is, not for me not to be part of it. Because I really have something to say, and I feel it's very, very important to get out there, because the autistic establishment, and we're part of it, and you're all part of it, is not impacting enough in the autistic community. The fact is that there is a crisis in our community. The high levels of unemployment are simply unacceptable, and we all have to take that responsibility. And we've got to find what I think is an autistic solution to an autistic problem, and we can't wait for a neurotypical solution because they haven't worked. One very quick comment. You mentioned the idea is to help us to help you. It's not. It's to help us to help others, right? I think that the autistic mindset can help society, and that we're not being heard. That's what I think.
So I'm going to say thank you. I can see a lot of hands, I can see a lot of nodding, and I have been prompted 5 times from the back, which none of you see, about this, because lunch is ready. I'm going to suggest,
but we're
all
rule breakers.
I do not want to cut this conversation short, and I think Marc's plea, Marc's appeal, Marc's call to action is something that I just see in the faces and the body language around the room. It's something that's really important to a lot of you. Maybe all of you, maybe not, that's for you to decide. What I'm going to propose, and I haven't suggested this to Ian and Marc, so gentlemen, and this isn't for you, Kim, you ran over. So I'm about to offer the 2 of you the chance to grab some food and then be back here to lead that conversation for the next 45 minutes. So if everybody wouldn't mind, hold your questions and your comments. Let's get Ian and Marc to get out, get food, get back here, and they're going to open the floor to respond to that call to action. Is that okay?
That's fine with me.
There we go.
Yeah, just to say, I'm not going to go and get any food, so I'll be here for the duration. Perfect.
We can get you something if you like.
No, I'm fine.
All right, for those that would like to go and get some food, go. We're going to start the next... Can I, just as a moment in time, ask everybody to express thanks in the way that we have for what's been really impactful talk?
Right, I hate holding microphones. Do you mind if I just shout at you? Shall we practice? Order, order! So if you can hear that, you can hear me. And also I apologise in advance. I've prepared a talk. I'll probably wander all over the place while I'm talking. How long have I got?
As long as you would like.
Okay, well, to say that to apologise.
Nick looks horrified, so maybe 15 minutes.
I've got a reasonable judgment of these things. Although in the House of Commons, time is not always it's choosing the opportunity. The other night in the big debate, I knew I didn't want to sit there for hours, and the speeches would become pretty repetitive. So, being a long-staging MP, 44 years in Parliament, I intervened on the opening speech and made my point very clearly, and I made an intervention on one of the final speeches, and I think I got more of a profile for those 2 short interventions than waiting for a long, worthy speech, repeating what everybody else had said. So, there's some value. I feel a warm affection for this establishment. I dropped out of a posh grammar school at Hampton when I was 16, and a careers advisor said, young man, you should become a chemist. Even though I'd become, the only good subjects that I had at school was history and English. He said, the future is for men in white coats. You could go to the Borough Polytechnic and learn about chemistry. I came here and I failed chemistry, and carried on for a little while before a couple of very lovely people met me, put their arm around me and said, you know, you should get back and get an education. And so this time, again, further education, under-championed sector. I went to Kingston Technical College and did my A-levels in 3 years, and then I loved economics, and I became an economist at the London School of Economics. So, you know, good advice. And all of us, at certain critical times in our life, just want that person to say, I can see potential in you. I can see that, you know, you have got something to give. You need that little bit of help. So I still think of those guys that I knew in the paints division of ICI up Slough, very romantic place, who did that for me, and a beautiful young girl I met who also put me on the right road to education. And I've been married to her for 56 years. However, let's talk about autism. Now, I chaired the Education Select Committee for 10 years, and I'm very proud of that time because it's a wonderful way that we look at things in Parliament, because a Select Committee gives you the opportunity on a cross-party basis to investigate important themes. Because it's a mixed group of people, you have to, they can be bloody difficult, you know. When I first became chairman, I had Nadine Dorris on the thing. I had to teach Nadine that, you know, when you were taking evidence, you actually asked questions, didn't make speeches. And I knew that she'd never get anywhere, so obviously my assessment was very good, wasn't it? But you have to bind a select committee together, even to choose what's the topic, what is the hot topic, what's the topic where you can add value. And once you get that and you learn to work together, and it's underestimated how much good work goes on in Parliament across party, and don't undervalue that. I said in my last remarks in the big debate the other night, although we're having this real punch-up about COVID, during COVID, a hell of a lot of us worked on a cross-party basis with all the councillors, all the other MPs in our areas in order to promote public health, in order to share information and do all that stuff that was very valuable. And people forget it wasn't, you know, a fisticuffs exercise. A lot of us, most of us, worked together, didn't we, through the misery of COVID. However, the fact of the matter is that on a select committee, you choose something to do, and I had a great advantage that I became select committee chair when the Prime Minister had just won an election on the only manifesto all of you can remember. Can you remember any manifesto? In 1997, education, education, education. No one can remember any other manifesto. There was obviously some very good manifestos, and so I became chairman of the Education Committee. And he also foolishly said, we believe in this new Labour government in evidence-based policy. And as a social scientist, I thought that was absolutely wonderful. And of course, what the evidence showed, and why I spent a lot of time on this, all the evidence shows that a child has to be focused on in terms of identifying their talent and promoting that talent as early as possible. We all know that early years stimulation is absolute key. It's key right across the spectrum, and we will be talking about various spectrums in a minute. But that's the intervention, not only because it's right, because it's cost effective. You know, to put something wrong in someone's education, you know, at 16, 17, 18 and beyond is bloody expensive. The cheapest way is to get it right in preschool and school. And this is, if you remember, we had a wonderful program called Sure Start, had a wonderful program called, of children's centres, because we all know how important it is to have first-class preschool that is not unaffordable. And I bet that you know, as I do, I'm speaking slightly from experience. I have 3 daughters, a son, and 13 grandchildren. So I can tell you, I know what it's like living in London, trying to hold down a demanding job, especially if you're, I have to say, a woman, when most of your earnings, whatever job you're doing, goes in expensive childcare. And so childcare, good quality childcare. And so we looked at that in some detail. And of course, we have lost a lot of that early year stimulation. We have got to look again at that very carefully. But the one thing I want you to remember from my time as a select committee chair was that we looked at special educational need at a time when there was absolutely almost a war going on between people who said special needs children should be kept in mainstream education. There's no alternative. And then a whole other bunch that said, no, we need special education settings that are able to have the resources and the expertise. And I'm sure you all remember the war about that. And part of my job as a select committee, when we looked at that, is to kind of bring them together to get some sort of understanding how important both sides were. So, but it left me with a guilty conscience. If you go back and look at our inquiry into special education and needs, I think it was darn good. It was good, but it wasn't good enough because you then move on and I wanted to carry on and I wanted to look at autism, I wanted to look at SEN in much more depth, and time ran out. And at 10 years, I never got back to looking at what I wanted, that further investigation. And so later on, when I was, and I'm a social entrepreneur, they tell me I've started over 50 different social enterprises in my time in politics. And once I get an area of interest, I keep going with it. You know, early on in my career, I had only private members bill I've ever, it's a ballot. The only time I've ever got one, it was number 7, way back in 1981. And the Child Action Prevention Trust said to me, you know, many children are being killed in car accidents because they're unrestrained in cars. Would you introduce a bill banning children being carried in cars without restraint? And I took it, and a bit of luck. Ken Clarke, the minister, but it was some right-wing person, I won't say what party, shouted object on a Friday, as they do, and sunk my bill. And then Ken Clarke, who some of you will remember, was the junior transport minister, said, Barry, I quite like your bill, amend the Transport Act 1980 and we'll look favourably on it, and that's how we made it law. On the other hand, he did it because he's trying to stop me introducing compulsory seatbelts. And behind his back, we finagled in the House of Lords. We got the House of Lords amendment because we knew we wouldn't. Mrs. Thatcher hated seatbelts. Michael Foot hated seatbelts. And why? You're now looking back, why? Yeah? Yeah. Road accidents are the biggest killers of children and young people in the world. Now, the biggest. I was with Oxfam the other day and they said, oh no, it's this disease and that disease. And of course it's not. Children don't get killed by diseases by and large. They get killed in accidents. The fact of the matter is, though, in those days, what we did very cleverly, we finagled in the Lords, we bounced it back in the House of Commons the night before a royal wedding, Charles and Diana, remember them? And we kept our troops in the House of Commons. They didn't, and we got a majority, and we went up on the roof of the House of Commons with some white wine, I have to say, maybe even red wine. And of course, for the coronation, we had an enormous fireworks display. So we celebrated that. And it's probably saved more lives than most things that anyone's introduced over the years. So I'm a social entrepreneur. And then I moved on to another public health issue. We were trying for ages and ages to combat ill health through smoking. And we debate after debate. And you know how we work. You have a debate, that's fine. You have a special debate in Westminster Hall. Why is that good? Because a minister has to answer. We put down an early day motion. We have a late night German debate. There's all the tricks of trade. There's oral questions, there's written questions. And if you care about subject like we do today, I'm going to come around soon and say, come on, I'm bloody good at this. Let's carry the campaign to the next level. We've got an inquiry. We've got an inquiry into autism and employment. We've got to use that. We've got to get the best evidence to it. I'm giving the example. And you've got to be lucky. You have to be lucky. Two things. If you're a social entrepreneur, you've got to be lucky in, first of all, you need good people. You need to plot and plan. Not to blow the House of Commons up, but you plot and plan. You know, and I always look for people that have experience, they have knowledge, but most of all have passion for change. And sometimes when I'm talking to Keir Starmer, and courage of your convictions. If you've got that, I think you're unstoppable. But you've also got to be lucky. You have to be lucky. I stood up in a German debate on smoking in public places. And I stood up and I said to Mr. Speaker, I know it's going to be years. I know, and I'll come back next year and 10 years. And about 3 months later, the Irish voted to ban smoking in pubs. The Irish. And within 3 months, we passed a law into banning smoking in public places. Aren't we all pleased? I'm old enough to remember coming home, if you popped into a pub or a club or anywhere, stinking with smoke and hanging your clothes outside. But what a difference in public health. And so, you know, if we have the right passion to do these things, we can do it. And we only use that as this is the social enterprise. And I'm a sort of stop me and buy one, I'll give you a social enterprise. Yeah, I'm trying to get more and more people. I now chair the commission of the Renaissance of the River Thames. Isn't it daft? That beautiful river used to be the main heart concourse of London. You know, from the Saxons to the Normans and the Romans. And we've neglected it. It's filthy. It's still filthy because we're pouring ghastly things into it, not just sewage, some even worse things. And we don't use it for bringing the goods into London. We don't use it to bring people in it properly. We don't use proper craft. So anybody, spread the message. One of the enterprises we're really getting a good group behind, and that's the Renaissance of the Thames. There's no better place than this. We also have an amazing commission on air quality. And I've got a bill going through the House at the moment. We'll introduce which I think we're going to get through. It will stop, well, what it will do, when you take your MOT, has anyone got a car still in London in this? Anyone got a car? Well, you know there's an annual MOT of cars. And when you have it, they lift the lid up and look underneath and see if you've got a diesel particulate filter. That's the crucial thing that stops NOx, ghastly things, PM 2.5 coming through and poisoning us all. Yeah? At the moment, they lift the lid up, look, if you've got one, fine, you'll pass the MOT. They don't check whether it works. They don't check what the emissions are. My bill will introduce the same standard as the Swedes and the Dutch, and will make it so much higher. The MOT will be transformed. Do you realise that one car with a 40 diesel particulate filter on a road causes as much poisonous emission than a 100-mile tailback of cars with a worker gun on a motorway? That's how bad it is. So suddenly the government said to me the other day after a debate in the Westminster Hall, I'm minded to accept your bill, Barry. We're thinking of changing the MO2. So we've got to be lucky. Yeah? But you've got to be there and pushing for the thing in order for the luck to bring you real change. Right, now I'm going to go back to my notes. First of all, I want to thank Nicky Martin. When I started the Autism Commission, I looked for the best people possible in the field. And someone said, well, you've got to speak to Nicky Martin. And ever since that day, Nicky and I not only become conspirators, we've become friends. And also, isn't it wonderful when your friends know more about autism than almost anybody else on the planet? And she's just down the road from Parliament. And of course, when we came up with the idea of saying we have to have an autism commission, and the reason why that, it's like a select committee. We can take evidence, we can write reports, and we can make a difference. And the first one we did was the experience and access to health in our country for people on the autism spectrum. And it was enormously well received. It's been really powerfully influential. Indeed, you always know it's good because Jeremy Hunt was the health secretary at that time, and I stood up in health questions and I said, has the Right Honourable, has the Minister seen this wonderful report on autism and access to health for people on the autism spectrum? And he's got up at the dispatch box. He said, not only do I read it and support it, I have it in my hand. Not bad, was it, Nicky? So that was the first. Then we did a quick, very quick but thorough look at those ghastly fake medicines. Do you remember? People were peddling fake medicine, bleach and things on the internet. We took evidence on that, came out with a really strong report. Government really listened to that too. And then what I've been looking for a long time was, I found, because I have a grandson in Cambridge who is on the autism spectrum, and I know how darn difficult it has been throughout his life for him to be even evaluated in any professional way and to be given the help and support that he needed. So I know very personally in my family how difficult that is. And I also know the impact on the family. But I hadn't seen any report that said, what is the life experience for a person on the autism spectrum or on a similar spectrum, and what is the life experience of the family? Because I knew only too well the impact that can have. And I think, I could never remember the title of that one.
Support surrounding diagnosis.
Support surrounding diagnosis. A round of applause for Aaron, my assistant. Thanks, Aaron. And that's been provided. Do read it. It really is a good report. Not because I chaired it, it's because, we took the very best evidence, and it was something that was just, why hadn't anyone done that in a sufficiently professional way before? We have enormous expertise. I'm always amazed how much expertise there are here at South Bank. And also I know the high standards. I know that Nikki keeps me informed, that all the research team, you hire people on the autism spectrum as researchers. You don't just talk the talk, you really deliver. What else? I just think that we got an intelligent member of the audience. Hello. How are you? I am going to be arrested at the airport soon because I've got a dog, a Cavapoo, that kept me sane during COVID, and I've got a friend of mine, dog walking friend that's over there. And I'm sure I'm going to be arrested at customs because I've always got treats in my left hand pocket. And someone, dogs come and smell me on the tube. So, look. I don't want to miss any of these important points. The other day I did a speech. When did I do that speech? And I said, we were doing it in Manchester. And they gave me the parameters of the speech. And I said, OK, just as a lark, let's put it through AI with parameters and see what comes up. And I have to say, on the whole, my speech was better. And of course, if you're a public speaker, you've got to have passion. You've got to believe in the stuff, and you've got to put that passion over. And I'm sure at the moment AI can't do that. I hope it can't anyway. So I want to say thank you to Nicola on this, but I now want to home in on employment. I again feel that there are so many times in people's lives that they need it. The blissful job I have, I can reach out to lots of people and say, and I try all the time. I have loads of every doctor, dentist, lawyer in the land comes to me and say, I've got a really bright child, would really benefit from experience in your office. Yeah? And okay, I sometimes take them, but I'm looking for people that don't have that access, who don't have that background. I was the first person in my family ever to go to higher education. I'm looking for people like that. You know, I'm working all the time to identify talent that hasn't got all those chances, haven't been to, you know, the best schools in the land. Although look at the disaster. Think of all that money that people put in to send the kids to Eton and Harrow, and look what happens to some of them. I'm not being party political today, but there are some facts. I've got a skeleton in the cupboard. One of my daughters is married to someone who was at Harrow. He's still trying to come to terms with the experience. Being sent away to school at 8. What a dreadful thing to a child. Sent away to school at 8. No wonder we got some strange people in Parliament. Sorry, I didn't mean that. So we've got to, in employment, we've got to systematically think. I was just saying, we have a lovely system in Parliament where care programme. And I am still not a very good Christian, but a Christian. In fact, I went to church in Lee. I live in Blackheath, but not in London. And I took the 3 little granddaughters to church. And Elodie, who we think has certain challenges, went into Sunday school, and she gave them the lecture on the fact she didn't believe in God. And not only did she believe in God, she wanted to sing a really rather naughty song for Christmas. But the truth is that this care programme I told you about brings young people who want to get into public policy, and they want to do, so after they graduate, and they come into Parliament for a year. Why can't we have a programme for people who have a background on the spectrum, or any spectrum, and really identify, build a relationship, and bring them into public policy roles, not just Parliament, but the civil service and other areas. I think we've got to be more systematic. There are bits of it. You know, come on, once we get into this, you all know about how autism sort of in social media works. It's a wonderful campaign. There are 1 or 2 strange ones. I mean, 1 or 2 strange sites, as you probably know. But do follow me on Twitter, because we do put, and the Autism Commission, because we're a community. We need to work together. And I'm supposed to finish on something. Oh, I'm going to finish on this. Let's go back to basics. This is a national challenge, and it's a national problem. So many people in our community, they're not all kids, they're not all teenagers. How many people do we now know in their 40s and 50s and even older have identified on a spectrum that's held them back because they haven't had the right support, held them back in their lives, held them back in their careers? And what I notice, the exceptional talent. I keep meeting people on the spectrum that have enormous talent. They could be, we all live in the myth, we have a wonderful MI5, MI6, and because we're all still in love with the James Bond thing. Actually, all the evidence shows that our intelligence services are bloody awful. And perhaps some of the autistic people I know who are bloody good at that sort of thing should be employed in our major intelligence services. They do a darn sight better than the people we've got at the moment. But the plea I'm here to, I'll come back to wherever you invite me to do the job I do. Putting people together, plotting, planning, using Parliament to raise the issues, but to get results. And the real priority, we have an inquiry into autism and employment at this moment. And it will only be good in its results if we put the best evidence possible. I'm happy for the Commission on Autism to hold a special session or 2 very quickly, soon, in order to bring the evidence together to discuss where the gaps are, where our strengths is, how we should prioritise. So it's such an important time. This is why I really wanted to come here today and miss taking my dog Where's the dog gone?
He's gone down there.
Mess taking my dog for a walk this morning to be here early. But the fact of the matter is, you guys, you have experience, you've got knowledge, you've got passion. Let's have the courage to work a little bit harder and get a real result. Thank you.
Barry, thank you so much. That's inspiring, and I think I speak for everybody here. Just very sincere thanks. Would you like to take a question or two?
Yeah, sure.
Open to the floor. 1 or 2 questions, please.
Gentleman here.
Oh, Mac, my apologies. Would you like a microphone?
Sorry, lady here.
You're okay at getting it confused on some library, just putting it out there. And if we wanted to share our stories, because I resonated with what you said, because I was diagnosed at 31, and so school for me was terrible.
Yeah.
But I also am in the civil service. But if we wanted to share our stories with you outside of this, would there be a way for us to get in contact with you, to share our stories at such and such?
That's absolutely, look, that's absolutely what we do. And you've come through a tough experience. As I say, we had a problem with our grandson in Cambridge, where and things change. Have anyone noticed once the school, these what do they call them? The Federation of Schools that kept together. Yes, academy chains. Yeah. You know how academy chains work? Why they want to keep anyone on the autism spectrum in school is because it's a bum on the seat and they get paid for how many bums they've got on the seats. And our one in Cambridge said, oh, we can cope perfectly with your son because, we got everything. We not only had there been no evaluation and no analysis of this young man, and they said, just make him come to school in the morning. Well, our little grandson is 6'6" and weighs 20 stone. And my daughter said, well, if you would like to come round in the morning and try and get him to go to school when he doesn't want to go, then you're very welcome. But I absolutely know what you mean. Early identification and the right setting. With a good story that Nikki knows in my own personal experience, that Sonny, our grandson, is now in a wonderful school in Stamford, 4 nights a week residential, and it's changed their lives and his life dramatically. So it's having the right package, isn't it, at the right time, and not allowing it to fester. We all know that girls hide any struggles much more competently than boys, by and large. So we've got to be clever at early analysis. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Barry. One more question, please. Can I
Could you do it again? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, we have 2 children with moderate autism and severe autism. Now, all my life since our daughter was, she's now 25, I've had to fight. And I went to Charles Clark, and I must admit, Charles Clark got her into education, which I'm grateful for. But there's people like me that have to fight and fight and fight and fight and fight to get what they want, even if it's not a child, like someone else with a disability, an older person, right? And it stresses us out as parents, and it's not fair. We keep fighting and fighting. Our stress levels go up, it affects our health, it affects everything. Yeah. And this is my issue with the government. We have to fight all the time. It's not fair.
Absolutely, it's not fair. And this is why we need early identification, and we need the right trained people. Most schools do not have the right trained people. This is why you're having an evaluation by an expert outside, which of course, as you know, I don't know, I've just asked a parliamentary question about what is the waiting list in every local authority in the land, just to see, but I'm sure when the result comes out, it's not going to be very good, and it's going to be unfairly very patchy indeed. And it isn't just in school, is it? I mean, the other day I was trying to upset the speaker. Everybody had been saying, could we say liar in the House of Commons? Saying you're not allowed to say liar in the House of Commons. It's strictly forbidden. You get thrown out. Anyway, and a couple of new MPs have tried to use liar for some reason against someone. So, of course, it was said a lot this week. It was said a lot this week, and the Speaker didn't object. But I stood up one day and I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm probably going to be very unpopular today. I'm going to use the B word. I'm sorry, it's going to upset some of you on that side, some people on that side. It might even upset you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to... The Speaker was on the edge of his chair. What the hell is Sheerman going to say? Anyway, and I said, and I'm going to say it unashamedly. Blair! Tony Blair! And of course, Tony Blair had just made a speech where he said we need, to any town in the country to be in the Premier League, they need a university. We need more universities, more access to university throughout the country. And why not give all the FE colleges that are crucial in this? Now, don't underestimate, a partnership with FE would reach out to so many more people on the autism spectrum because there's such a reservoir of talent there. And the link to jobs, of course, is critical. So, and Tony Blair said, and make all the FE colleges polytechnics. And anyway, I did get some attention because... anyone got a difficult question? Not like, why have you been wasting 44 years in Parliament?
How do we balance the moral in the workplace while the line manager has to protect company interests, but the company also has line manager has a duty of care for employee. So most like the line manager like gaslighting you, would have emotion with you, and it's like a boxing match, you got to beat by the line manager, but you got the same health care from the benefits of the therapy, and when you get back. Instead of kill it and go back and continue to beat it. So it's really in a very dilemma, in a very moral dilemma.
Well, I think that's a very good. No, that's difficult, but it's a very good question. When we looked at access to health, of course, what's the first thing you do in terms of research? You realise that all the research shows that the people on the spectrum do not like, certainly don't even like the kind of, the atmosphere and the lighting and the, in a GP surgery, let alone pitching up at A&E with the lights and the bustle and the noise. And we knew that unless you had that sensitivity, we would not get people to feel comfortable in the health sector, even just arriving and looking for treatment. On the other hand, we have not even begun in employment to understand that there are many simple environmental steps that can be taken to make someone feel comfortable, to understand that it's simple things like lighting and noise and space. And it doesn't go away from my original proposition. Let's do this on evidence. Let's get the very best evidence about how you make a workplace the right workplace for people on the spectrum. I have been for a long time associated with Achievability, a lovely group of people. Some of you know it and some of you actually are involved with it. Again, specifically trying to get people into work to get the right qualification to get into work. But the important thing is to be happy at work. That environment, a happy and secure environment. And that's particularly important in terms of someone on the spectrum. We all know that. And it can be achieved. Can I just extend this? I did an inquiry because I co-chair the Commission on Higher Education. And we did an inquiry into how universities deal with disability. All disability. It was wonderful. We took evidence. And do you know what came through it was that it was quite good. So there were some very good ways of dealing with visible disability. It was invisible disability that was the real challenge. But then when you looked at invisible disability, some universities were amazing. They understood it. They realised the challenge. They understood autism. They were just magnificent. And if only that, I think it was 20 universities in that Premier League could share that experience with the rest of the higher education sector, it would have transfer lives. So that is the sort of evidence. We took the evidence, so the good practice was there, it just wasn't being spread. And since then, we have been trying to spread across every university, so they learn the lesson. I mean, we picked up that the average universities, they're not very good universities, when someone who said, "Look, I have dyslexia or I have some challenges," they said, "Oh, well, we'll have to check that. It'll cost you £500. You all know that's true. Yeah? So I hope that answers your question. It's the right research in the right context. Okay?
Barry, thank you ever so much.
You're welcome.
Can I just say thank you, Barry?
So my name's Olivia. I am a clinical psychologist with CareTrade. Very, very long-winded, not really something that you should be worried about too much. Before we begin, I really want to emphasize the fact that language matters. So I am neurotypical, I am cis female, and that is the lens that I will obviously be lending into any presentation that I give. Now, neurodiversity was the most researched word in 2020 and 2021. 2019 had narcissist and empath. I'm sure we can all remember that Facebook trend. Having said that, language changes. So currently the language that I use might not be language that you're comfortable with. I am always open to you coming up to us afterwards. Because I'm speaking on behalf of humans, some of my humans are actually here, and I'm more nervous to be talking in front of them than you. I'm trying to be representative of them. So when I speak about an autistic person, it is because that is what they have asked. If that is not a language that suits you or fits you, chat to me afterwards. I'm happy to change it. Okay. We're going to be discussing this very long title of Navigating Transition Pathways. What this really is an active process of how do I get from school to college? How do I get from college to work? How do I go from platonic friendships into dating? How do I navigate the fact that I've lost a loved one? How do I navigate the fact I've been made redundant? All of these things are things quite pertinent, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. So before you climb into any of the headspaces I'm going to share, you can either be an employer or a support service that helps autistic people. You could be an autistic human yourself and tell me if this lands. Or you can be somebody who cares for and helps that person along their journey, either professionally or personally. Make sense? Lovely. So I'm going to be looking at transition pathways for autistic adults. Why that is the case, we'll come into this a little bit later. For somebody who is under the age of 18, there are developmental things that you need to put in place. So mine is specifically from the expertise of somebody who's over the age of 18, and that's because there are language, developmental, emotional, and cognitive milestones that I could not cover in 20 minutes.
Or even 15.
Or even 15. We're also going to be looking at some case studies. These are real human beings, real stories. I ask that you treat it with sensitivity. They have given consent for their stories to be shared, so you're welcome to take photos. And I hope Hillary doesn't kill me, but I'm sure that the slides will be made accessible to all of you, so you don't need to panic, take photos. I'm going to, throughout the period, also reference the unique challenges that autistic people face. Again, this is coming from a very privileged place and a very privileged position, and these are things that I have noted while supporting people. So who is CareTrade? Why should you care? We are all the humans that have been in blue, manning the stands, helping you with tea and coffee, etc. But it really came from two parents in 2009 who realized that their autistic adults had no services when they finished. Once their EHCP finished, once therapy finished, there was this really weird dip in funding streams that meant that there was nothing thereafter. So in 2010, that's when some of our projects started. Our flagship project is called the Autism Project for anyone between the ages of 18 to 25 with an EHCP. So it's a 2-year supported internship program that teaches life skills, that teaches functional skills, and you also get bespoke placements to help you into the workplace. I am responsible for any human over the age of 25 or any person who does not have an EHCP. Because neurodiversity is something that we're a lot more aware of, we're having people that self-identify or self-diagnose, people who have been diagnosed really late, or people who have been misdiagnosed and who missed that period to have an EHCP. That's what I'm finding, or people that fell between the cracks. So the programs that we run are Job Club. We also do a few insight days and internships as well to give people that access to the workplace. If you look at some of our statistics, I think it says in July of 2022, 69% of people that were on the Autism project were put into employment. I want to celebrate that, but at the same time, I'm aware that this is something that is grossly under 100%. And within the program that myself and the development team run, we had 32% of our participants were interviewed, and out of that 32%, only 38% were accepting of job offers. The reasons for that was varied. Some people didn't like the salaries, some people didn't find that the job role was a good fit, and some people really struggled at the interview stage. So these are not statistics that should be celebrated, although each human in the workplace is meaningful. But that's a fancy transition. If we look at the fact that 21.7% of autistic people are in employment, that is ghastly. This is also a statistical report that was done just at the end of 2020. Numbers could very well have changed up until now. But autism, hidden disabilities, are the least likely to be employed in the Northern Hemisphere. That is not UK specific. So that shows us that there is a systematic issue that we are facing at the moment. The move to employment is also not linear. So if we think about how to move into employment, every person that I've supported and people I've spoken to say at school, there are very clear metrics for success. You know that you have tests, you know that you attend classes, you know when the holidays are. You graduate, and then there's nothing. You throw job applications, CVs, cover letters into an ether with either no responses or very poor responses. And success at school is measured by statistics, it's measured by all of these award ceremonies. There's a lot of community around. If you're at school, that's enough. But once you get to age 25, the pressure for you to be successful is absolutely astronomical. And within the autism umbrella, if you are very sensitive to rejection or not having feedback, that is going to be incredibly difficult to always receive either no answers or poor answers. So that process in of itself isn't linear, and transitions are things that I believe are going to really underpin the success of getting people into work. So what are transitions? Before I describe how we put them into place, we really need to discuss, I'll wait for Drew to sit. It's okay, no, it's fine. Transitions is an active verb. It's a process. This is something that gets you from one place to another. And there are two different types of transitions. So you can either transition in a vertical manner or in a horizontal manner. The vertical transitions are ones that we all talk about. We go from school to work. We might emigrate, like I have from South Africa. Those are the big ticket stuff, the things that we really plan and prepare for. What we often forget is what happens to these horizontal transitions at the same time. So a horizontal transition is, how do I get from work to the conference? How do I get from the conference back home? How do I communicate to my family in a pandemic? Those are something that is slightly more subtle. Or if a train or bus is delayed, how do I communicate to somebody that I won't be on time? The horizontal transitions cause more stress because those are the things that are familiar. We don't expect day-to-day life to change or fluctuate too much. We almost always prepare for the bigger transitions. Probably not well enough. In fact, I can almost certainly say that it's not long enough. But if you think about a horizontal transition, I like to picture it like tectonic plates. When these things move too much and there isn't enough support, that's when an earthquake comes. When I looked at some of the psychological research, and I think there was a human that did a talk earlier that is doing psychology, the horizontal transitions are where the stimming, meltdowns, psychological distress, that's where it really comes from, because you need familiarity and anchoring. So I'll give you an example. I immigrated in November of 2020 to London in a pandemic. I planned for the money to be different. I planned to say Southwark and not Southwark, or Greenwich and not Greenwich. What I did not anticipate was not recognizing a single grocery store, being in one of the aisles and not knowing what tea to buy. And that was my undoing. It wasn't the fact that the language was similar but the accents were different. It wasn't the fact that I could not understand what a borough was, or why I need an NHS number. It was the little transitions. That's where my mental health really, really struggled. So whenever it comes to transitions, I want you to be mindful that familiarity is the most important. Does the human have a foundation to go off of? And if so, and if that is strong enough, can we then escalate it so that they can go from one step to another? Why are transitions difficult? I think the pandemic showed us that very quickly. We had no preparation. We were thrown into wearing face masks, but not really, needing vaccines, but not, distancing, but also you don't really have to. As a collective society, we went through a lot. And transitions that are the most difficult are the ones that we don't prepare for. So when you think about transitions, bereavement, starting at a new job, anything where your day-to-day life has a lot of changes or challenges is something that is quite significant. I recently got somebody starting off at a job, and they thought that day one they would just work. Like they would arrive and they would just work. If you do not explain that onboarding is an active verb and that in of itself is a transition, that is going to be a difficulty. So for autistic people, there is a social situation you need to consider, new people, new rules, and predicting what happens. So for the vertical transitions, you need to think macro. Person, professional, paperwork. Meet with the person and understand what their needs and fears are. We so often assume what is going to be the pressure point for the other person. While paperwork is the bane of a lot of mental health professionals' existence, myself included, it is the linchpin. I know that somebody spoke about an EHCP. This absolutely explains why and what this person's needed and how that's changed as they've gone on. And then we think about the micro transitions. These are things that you as a human are able to support and help somebody for no matter what happens in life. I always recommend doing something called a workplace passport. This is a live document you can do with your line manager, in your supported living, and even with a partner of yours to say what works for me, what do I look like in stress, and how can you best support me when I need that help. What transitions look like for CareTrade, if we are moving any person between any of our 3 different projects, we have this incredibly long table, which will be on the slides. But essentially, we meet as professionals before the person is even in the room, because we need to get our story straight. We need to get our paperwork done when we are under time pressure, so that when the person comes into the meeting, they actually set the agenda. They ask us questions and answers, and we have done all of that mandatory tick boxing exercise. So this will be accessed or shown through the case study of George. George is somebody that needed support to get into the workplace. He was with us in 2014, and through the right transitions, he was able to secure a full-time job at Guy's and St. Thomas's Hospital, one of our most phenomenal partnerships that we have, and he's still employed there as a hospital porter. Because it's not just getting autism working, it's getting people into sustainable employment. Then we have Nashir. Nashir was somebody who was also on the autism project, and he was made redundant in the pandemic. The most important thing for him was getting into a routine where he feels like there's purpose and value. Being redundant or being made redundant really took away his orienting features. So we have upskilled him in computers. He's also done a placement at a kitchen. And it's the insight days of giving people a taster of different opportunities that really helps somebody understand or imagine what that role might be like. But the last human that I wanted to make space for was Rosa. Rosa came to us in August of 2022 before she was diagnosed formally. She only wanted to be in healthcare or a singer. We then took everybody to a coffee apprenticeship in October of 2022 at King's Cross St. Pancras. And she said to us, I actually want to study coffee. And I thought, okay, that's got nothing to do with anything that's on your support plan. But this is the most crucial thing about being human-led. You need to make sure that you follow the person. She completed a 12-week course, is now a qualified barista, and has accepted a full-time position as well. She only officially received her diagnosis in February of this year. So the transition for her almost seems like it's back to back. And her parents were the ones that needed probably the most support in getting their head around the language and that diagnosis. So in conclusion, only 16% of autistic people are in full-time paid employment. That has to change. And any transition that you do, please make sure that the human is at the center. Their minds can change, and if you put the support in place, it'll be sustainable and successful.
Hello, I'm Barbara. Hoping I've got a PowerPoint. Do I need to do anything to get my PowerPoint? Does it go automatically?
Go next.
Hey! I'm Barbara. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Birmingham. I'm autistic, I'm dyslexic, I've probably got ADHD, I've got 3 autistic children, I've got an autistic husband. So only the dogs in my household haven't got special needs. So I live, breathe, well, one's definitely got attachment disorder, he's there constantly. So I live and breathe autism constantly. So I'm going to talk a little bit about reasonable adjustments. I'm going to talk really, really fast because I'm now very, very anxious that I've got very, very little time. So I'm going to talk about factors that affect the autistic person asking or getting reasonable adjustments. I'm going to talk about factors that affect the implementation of reasonable adjustments and give a few ideas of how we can make things better. So, factors that affect getting reasonable adjustments. The 2 things I'm going to really draw on, and I'll say I'm talking about this because I'm doing some research at the moment at the university about reasonable adjustments, and obviously with all my children and everything, we talk about it a lot. So the first thing is awareness. We rely on the autistic person being aware enough to know they're autistic, know what they struggle with, and know what to ask for. And that's a huge pressure to put on the autistic person. We've heard a lot today about passports and that sort of thing, great, but they are very, very reliant on the autistic person knowing themselves well enough. And if you are late diagnosed or undiagnosed, or even diagnosed really early, which some people talked about and said, well, actually, I was diagnosed when I was 4. No one talked to me about it, so I don't know anything about it. So you've got the whole breadth of experiences where we're relying on that autistic person to say, oh, yes, I know everything about my autism and I know how it affects me and everything like that. And actually, a lot of people are saying, I don't know that because no one's ever helped me understand that. I've actually got 2 diagnoses of autism, but won't go into that because I haven't got time. But my second one was a table with numbers in. That's my diagnosis. How's that supposed to help me understand what autism means to me? So how am I supposed to be self-aware enough to know what I need? Normal to me, I think, is something that a lot of people will appreciate, this idea of how do I know that's not normal? I've always been like that. That's normal to me. So you might be identifying that that might be a barrier, but I didn't know you all didn't feel like that. I sat outside early and thought, oh God, the noise, the echoing of everyone eating lunch. I just assumed everybody felt like that until about 5 years ago and realised that actually, no, not everyone does. And variability. My daughter at the moment, who's autistic, is going through employment trauma, education trauma. And I found that really triggering today, and I didn't expect that. So as much as I prepared what I needed, how I would cope, I couldn't predict how I was going to respond when people started talking about struggles with employment. So even you can be as self-aware as possible, there may be variability that will impact. Environmental awareness. I did a conference last week. I'm doing a conference this week. How I got to the conference is different, the room I'm in is different, the lighting's different, the amount of people's different. So it's not as easy as saying you're coming to an interview or you're going to a lecture, what do you need? Because I didn't know what room I was coming to. I didn't know how many people were going to be here. So I'd got no idea what I might need with it. And variability again. I'm going to carry on. The second part of it was this cost-benefit analysis that people talked of. And I think sometimes when people talk about reasonable adjustments, they're like, oh, somebody's just after an easy ride. Oh, they just want to make it a bit easier. Oh, it's an unfair advantage. I hear that a lot. And actually people are saying, no, actually I only ask for it if I absolutely have to, because I do this cost-benefit analysis. And if what I'm asking for isn't going to outweigh the trauma that I'm going to go through or difficulty I'm going to go through, I'm not going to do it. So just as an example, I know we talk about interviews, but it's an easy one to talk about. Costs, spoons. How much effort is it going to take to arrange these reasonable adjustments? How many emails am I going to have to send? How much time is it going to take up? Will I be seen as hard work? What's the perspective from other people? Will it impact my chances of getting a job? Obviously, that's a big one. How much will I worry about what they think about my requests? That's a big one for me. I worry about what people are thinking all the time. What if I ask the wrong thing? What if they don't think it's reasonable? And what's the impact on my well-being of assuming that I'm not normal before I even get through the door? And you can see how all that would outweigh, I may manage the interview better. And that's what these are the processes that people are saying they're going through in order to make that decision of, do I ask for reasonable adjustments? So the flip side then, factors that affect the implementation of them. I don't think this is talked about enough. There's a real power dynamic in reasonable adjustments. Employers offer reasonable adjustments, and I think sometimes they're sat there patting themselves on the back. Aren't I inclusive? I asked them if they wanted reasonable adjustments. Brilliant. But having a system where you have to say to somebody, what do you need me to do differently in order to include you, automatically says, I can say no and you will be excluded. And that side of it's not thought about too much, and I think this is this tick box exercise. Employers are thinking, oh, I'm offering reasonable adjustments, this is brilliant, but actually what you're saying is, you won't fit into our organisation unless we do something different. That's not exactly an inclusive message that we're giving out there. And variability comes in again. So the top quote says, there are so many different situations where you might need adjustments that might vary. That's totally true, and that example of the different conferences, different reasonable adjustments. I quite often get asked what reasonable adjustments I will need, and my response, although I don't send it, is always, you haven't told me what you expect me to do, so how do I know what reasonable adjustments I need? And I'll come back to that in a minute. And flexibility. Quite often, there's two sides of flexibility. Flexibility that reasonable adjustments change. I came in thinking I need all these reasonable adjustments, and half an hour ago I was told my time on my presentation is going to be later than I was expecting it to be, and my presentation is going to be shorter than I was expecting it to be. There needs a flexibility there of how do I adjust this? And I know I've got to be flexible, but it's a flexibility of support as well. But also, we have this idea, and I think we've talked about it a bit today, about the autistic person, and therefore reasonable adjustments match that autistic person. How do we allow a flexibility around that? I think part of the problem is me and my daughter, we don't feel like we fit that what people think autism is, and therefore we don't want to ask for help because, oh, well, we're not autistic enough. We're not bad enough, so we shouldn't do it. We hear a lot about support programs and that sort of thing. If you've got an EHCP, we'll give you this support, that support. Well, what if you never got an EHCP? And my daughter nearly did just before she dropped out of A-levels, because by then we couldn't cope with it. But she hasn't got that to fall back on now. She dropped out of university as well now. How do we allow the flexibility and presentation of autism in the support systems we offer? And I think this is really important. I really apologise for that image because I liked it and then I saw it in loop and it really wound me up, but I couldn't take it off at that point, so I apologise. It's this idea of the autistic person has got to tell you all the information. The autistic person has got to ask for everything and the employer will then go, yeah, okay, or no. There's a role of the employer in reasonable adjustments, and I'm going to give some examples in a minute, but I don't think enough thought is given of what is our role in reasonable adjustments. It's not just a case of tell me what you want and I'll decide whether I'm going to do it or not. How do I support that? How do I support you in knowing what you need? So, what would make it better? Hey, I'm flying through this. Tell me to slow down if I'm going too fast. Universal design. I've been doing some research recently on reasonable adjustments for doctoral students. And we've talked to students and we've gained feedback and that sort of thing. And then I was doing an interview with one student who had a stutter. And I said, just give me an idea of what's on your reasonable adjustment plan. Do you know what? They're exactly the same that was on my reasonable adjustment plan. And you can't tell me an autistic person and somebody that stutters needs the same reasonable adjustments word for word. So we did a little bit of an unpicking and looked at the reasonable adjustments that were being offered. And actually, you go through and go, well, that could be done anyway. That could be done anyway. I think one of them was give the student enough time to answer the question. That's a reasonable adjustment. What the hell's happening with students that haven't got reasonable adjustment plans?
We should do it for all students.
Yeah. And then you go to the Viva guidelines, and the Viva guidelines state there is no specified length for a Viva. So we can give them enough time as they need to answer the question. So, and it's actually wasn't an approach that I thought about before, but doing it has really highlighted it. Look at what reasonable adjustments that you are providing and backtrack and go, well, actually, if we were providing that regularly, how could we implement that for everybody? Because taking the example of length of time needed to answer a question, yes, your autistic person might need longer time to process the question. Your person that stutters may need longer to answer the question. Your person with English as a second language may need longer to answer the question. Your person with anxiety may need longer to answer the question. So you're not just helping the autistic person here, you're helping a huge amount of people. Elephants, yeah. This also means you're providing support for people who don't ask for reasonable adjustments because of awareness. At university, it's a real issue that you have to have a diagnosis and you have to prove with evidence that you are deserving of those reasonable adjustments, which is another point. So there are a huge amount of people that maybe haven't got a diagnosis or are late to diagnosis, can't afford the diagnosis, that can't go through the formal system. So if you're providing support through universal design, you're catching those people that can't ask for it or just haven't got that self-awareness to ask for it or just haven't got the confidence to ask for it. Two-sided, and this is where the double empathy comes back in. If the employer said, I'll tell you what we do for everybody and what to expect on the day, and maybe some examples of what we've done in the past for other people, that's my side of the conversation, then your side of the conversation could be, okay, I know what you do, I know what to expect, that's not covered, can we talk about that? You're scaffolding that conversation. And I just wanted to go back to my cost-benefit analysis to reflect on that a little bit. How much effort is it going to take to arrange? It's not, because the employer is scaffolding it. They're giving you that information so you don't have to be asking for it. It's not going to take huge conversation. Will I be seen as hard work? Well, no, because they're telling you they're doing it for other people. They're telling you it's part of their culture. So you can be a bit more reassured that they're not going to see you as difficult. Will it impact my chances of getting the job? No, because they're providing you with evidence that they've employed other people and that's okay. How much will I worry about what they think about my request? I probably will anyway, so I'm not sure I crossed that one out. What if I ask for the wrong thing? Oh no, I did cross it out, there you are. That's the one I didn't cross out because I always worry about whether I asked for the wrong thing. Can I go back? What if they don't think it's reasonable? They're giving you examples of what's reasonable. They're giving you examples of what they do, what they've done for other people. So you've got a bit of a better idea of, is what I'm talking about matches? And is there an impact on my well-being having to focus on how I'm not normal? No, because they're telling you there's other people in that organisation that think the same way as you do. So it's not that you're not normal, you're the same as lots of people they come up against. That's normal. So suddenly we've gone from a situation where we've got 4, 5, 6, 7 things outweighing one to a one-on-one. And actually, a lot of the work came from the employer, but not a huge amount of work. It was just information. So today, you're coming to a lecture theatre. There's going to be about this many people. You're going to have to sit next to people because it seats quite close together. I could have looked at the weather forecast and worked out it was going to be hot, but it's just those little bits of information. And I know I've been in the employer situation. I know sometimes we don't think about it enough, and interviews come around really quickly. But it's just that thought process. Actually, we do know what room we're going to be, and it's just giving that information at the same time of going, is there anything else that we can help you with? And I think the last thing I want to say is this is a life skill. We go from school, where access arrangements are done for you. You're sent to a room to meet somebody, a report's provided, a report goes past you to somebody else, and access arrangements are put in, to employment or university where they go, well, what do you need? And somehow we've got to bridge that gap because you can't expect the person to not have any involvement in it to suddenly take sole responsibility for it. And it's just about bridging those conversations. You forget a lot of the deadlines. That might be important for your employer to know. I spoke to a university lecturer who's mentoring an autistic academic, and she said he's done a bit of a crib sheet to help other people. And one of his points on his crib sheet is, if I haven't turned up, I may have run off, please contact them. And I thought, actually, that's lovely because that was a supportive environment, and she said he brought a lot of humour into it. But it's about supporting that person into being able to say those sort of things. I did it quicker.
Barbara, thank you so much. I'm just going to say specifically on your example of adjustments recruiters can make, they don't need to do that once for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's one cost to them versus, and also for people who don't need reasonable adjustments, they will think about it and it will create empathy. It's such a nice.
And it's that culture. It's just, it gives you a feel of I'm going into this environment where they care about people, and that's going to impact everybody.
So I do a lot of work with recruiters, and that is going straight on my general list. Thank you, Barbara. Right, we're going to say thanks to everybody. I think we've got about time for 2 questions. So Barbara and Olivia, I'm going to hand mics over. I'm so sorry we are short of time, but I do want to have the panel questions at the end as well.
Hiding behind the chair. Yeah.
I'm going to go to somebody else, please. Hi.
Look
to you.
Oh, no, fine. Sorry, hi, my name is Susan, and my question is for Olivia. I saw some of your statistics on there regarding people who are on the spectrum. I think it was 27.1 or
21.7, yeah.
21.7, well, there you go, there's my dyslexia right there. I'm actually on the spectrum myself, but I don't. Have you considered that might not be an accurate representation, because there are a lot of people like myself who either didn't know, or when they do find out, don't want people to know, because we're at a job in a level where if we work, we can lose everything that we've worked very hard for.
I can't see it, there's a lot of nodding going on.
So not only have we considered it, it shows a systemic issue, because if people don't feel comfortable enough to share, it's health sharing. Disclosure has a lot of insidious shame wrapped around it. So that is actually evidence that A, people are not comfortable in sharing, and that is a problem in of itself. And B, if you're getting diagnosed in different boroughs, there isn't that information sharing in of itself. So as a system, we are not putting enough in place to make people feel comfortable enough to say this is how I work better. It should be something that you can share openly with somebody that you trust, and not be something that's stigmatized against. And the fact that we can land robots on Mars in 2023, but not be able to speak about these things, I think is telling enough. So yes, we have considered, and it's something that I think needs to change at policy level to get people to feel more comfortable with that engagement.
And the only reason why I highlight that, it's because the way society or neurotypical people perceive people on the spectrum, they're like, oh, only 27.1% are employed. They already think, oh, it's because we're not capable enough, we're not intelligent enough, we're not this enough, we're not that enough. When actually we are very capable.
And masking.
yes.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want to tell you
Yeah.
because the minute you do, we get shunned.
Yeah.
So when you do a presentation like that and if neurotypical people are looking at it, because you say you're neurotypical, and they're not a supporter of people on the spectrum.
It can be read in that lens.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So that's all I wanted to say with that.
Thank you.
Although your presentation was amazing.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Really, really great question and really additional point as well. I'm going to go for one more question, and I'd love for it to go to Barbara.
Yes, it's
Perfect.
Barbara. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Right, cool. I'm usually very loud. So when I was hearing you talk, it made me think of like a lot of these issues that we have with reasonable adjustments and just general autistic people having problems in the workplace can be not solved, I don't want to use the word solved, but helped by sort of like an open culture of support led by the employer. Would you say that that is just a thought I have? Would you say that that's sort of correct, that a lot of these issues can be supported by if there was just a general culture of, oh no, you're not being a nuisance, and the employer leading that actually support is just part and parcel of work, it's the same as you getting a pay slip, it's completely fine. Would you say that that sort of open culture of acceptance is what we need to be going for?
I think you're definitely right, but I don't think it's limited to employment. I think education is exactly the same. I think health is exactly the same. For some reason, we don't seem to accept that as human beings, we're all different. And we will all be disabled at some point in our life. We will all go through mental health problems at some point in our life. We will all need to see a GP at some point in our life. And we don't seem to accept the normality of that and just have those open conversations of, I'm struggling today. Today is an issue. I'm going through grief today, so can I? We need to embrace that openness, and we need to be teaching our kids about that and encouraging our kids to talk more openly about, I think about it this way, I've thought about it that way, or I've experienced this, and just having and nurturing that open conversation from the bottom up.
Do you think that a culture of different is bad? Is like kind of what's going on in a lot of workplaces, whereas like if you are making a fuss, if you are asking for something else, do you think that's why a lot of people don't feel like they can access reasonable adjustments, because if you're different, then that's just inherently bad?
I think it depends what organisation you're in and what culture that they're putting across to you. I think if they are patting themselves on the back and saying, I've put in an email that, do you want reasonable adjustments, and that's the only thing I'm ever going to say to you, then yes, it becomes an issue, and I will worry about how people are going to think. I'm going to worry about my career prospects. I'm going to worry about absolutely everything. But if it was an open conversation that everybody had with all their line manager or anybody of, how are you doing today? How's that gone? God, wasn't that room hot? Did you find it really? Do you know what I mean? Just that open conversation continuously, where it's normal to be different. Difference. Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Olivia. I'm going to ask again for the thanks from everybody.
I'm James Cusack. I'm the Chief Executive of Autistica, and I'm here today to talk about our goal, which is around doubling the rate of employment for autistic people, and some of the ways that we plan to do that, but with a particular focus on the Buckland Review, which I'm really pleased to hear has been mentioned a few times. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about how it is that we managed to get the review off the ground and what it is that we're hoping to achieve, and also what we probably want to achieve as well throughout this review as well, because I think it's important that we have realistic expectations coming into it. So Autistica is the UK's leading autism research and campaigning charity. Our mission is to create breakthroughs that enable autistic people to live happier, healthier and longer lives. We're really conscious that research is an extremely powerful tool for autistic people, but also that it needs to be really focused on the priorities that matter to autistic people. So working with autistic people, working with families, we have created these goals. And these goals are really focused on priorities that we'd heard from autistic people over the years. So people not getting the right support. I'm an autistic myself, and I remember very acutely the journey that my parents went through, people not being able to access work, not being able to access the right support when they're experiencing anxiety, having inaccessible public spaces, not having their health needs met, and having attitudes to autism which are not acceptable. And the real underpinning hope of these goals is to really take action through research, make sure that research is connected to change in the real world, and ensure that that change happens and that it's been driven by evidence. I'm not going to use this slide because you've talked about it all day, and that slide is generally used for people who have a lower level of awareness in this audience, so I'm just going to skip past that slide, I think, and move to what it is that we're doing around autism and employment. So we have created a plan for each of our goals, and each plan has a series of pillars or enabling factors which we think are really important, and this plan really comes down to two things. It's about enabling autistic people and enabling employers as well. So key principles that underpin those pillars is the fact that we want all of our changes to be realistic. Research has a really bad track record of designing these perfect solutions which cost millions of pounds to implement and just aren't going to happen. So whatever we do, whatever we support as a research charity, needs to be realistically implementable. It needs to be personalised, and we are very focused on everything that we do being seen through the lens of neurodiversity, and I'll come on to that a little bit later when we get to the review and why that's specifically important, both for the autistic person but also for employers as well. I want to give you a bit of an example from our plan. This has actually evolved quite a bit since this slide was prepared, around something that we're creating called the Neurodiversity Employers Index. And Michelle, who's over there in the crowd, is really working on leading this work. And what we're looking to do is to create a tool for employers that allows them to understand how effectively they're accommodating neurodiversity in the workplace. And the idea that behind this index is we're creating a cycle of evidence-based change that will enable employers to be able to benchmark themselves and to be able to understand how they're doing. One of the frustrating things about working in the field of neurodiversity and autism is that we're quite behind other areas, but one of the benefits of that is that we've seen different movements that have experienced inequality, be it in the case of gender or sexuality or mental health, and we can see some of the things that have worked there, and we've seen similar initiatives like this can be quite effective. And what we're looking to do is to take the learnings from that and actually create something which is hopefully even more effective in the context of neurodiversity. And what we'll do with that index, and I'm not going to go through this quickly in great detail because I want to get onto the review, is when we this is like an example, is when an employer is struggling on a specific indicator, we can present them with an evidence-based change that they can make. So it's all about thinking about the evidence-based things that we can do to enable that change. So I wanted to spend the main part of my time talking about the Buckland Review, and what I wanted to do is to give you some context as to why it is that we got to this place. So I was just talking with Mac. So Robert Buckland, I think, left the Department for Justice at the end of 2021. There was a reshuffle, and I met with him for lunch. And basically, he expressed to me a real desire to do something in autism. And we sort of talked about where the greatest opportunities for change lies, given the context of different departments within government. And employment really came through as a strong opportunity for us. Important thing that you possibly aren't aware of is that we've been talking about this for a while at Autistica and with Robert, and with multiple prime ministers. So this has almost got off the ground a couple of times. So Georgia's here as a policy manager, has been working really, really hard on this. And so the Prime Minister in June 2022 actually agreed to this, but then it sort of slipped off because we had a new Prime Minister and then another new Prime Minister. So in November 2022, Robert asked the PMQ, and then we submitted new terms of reference for this review of autism and employment. It received official sign-off in February 2023, and then it was launched in April 2023. So really exciting to get to this stage, but I think also it shows you that these are, you know, there's quite a long process to some of these things and a series of negotiation. It's all about, you know, what is the art of the possible when you're working with ministers. So the review is going to be led by Sir Robert Buckland. So he's the chair of the review. He's been commissioned specifically by the Prime Minister to do this. And we at Autistica and Department for Work and Pensions are supporting them undertake and project manage the review to ensure that it has maximum impact. And the review has quite specific terms of reference. Just to make you aware, when we initially submitted terms of reference around this, we talked about it being a neurodiversity review. Number 10 came back to us and said they wanted it to be more autism focused. We talked about it being about employment, but with also a focus on early age as well. And the government said that they'd rather focus on the in-work. And I think that's to make sure that the scope is as specific as possible. So there are some good reasons for that. But what I want you to all be aware is that we totally acknowledge that getting people into work is a lifelong process, and people need lifelong support to be in a position where they feel able to do that. So the review is about how specifically employers can identify and better support autistic people and autistic staff that are already in the work, and what can be done to make sure that autistic people are more prepared and feel able and empowered to access work, and to ensure that we're taking action to reduce stigma and improve productivity within the workplace and productivity for autistic people, and to also assess any emerging trends and evidence which could be potentially useful. Now, the stigma point is really, really important. If you look at this across the equality spectrum, autism and neurodiversity is basically second bottom in terms of employers' awareness behind ex-offenders. So we've got significant work to do to get this up employers' agendas, and we have to be aware of that. So what we're doing is we're hosting a series of roundtables with autistic people, with employers, with charities, with government and other relevant bodies, and we've hosted a number of those already. And as we get to July, we're moving to writing up the recommendations, hosting final roundtables, and we want to publish a report in September. This is a quick review. We don't want to mess around. It's 15 months to a general election. We want to make sure that this government is taking action as soon as possible after the report is published. So there's been a good support for the index and the work that we've been doing around that, our different measures and ways of recognising employer progress. There's been huge support for an awareness campaign in the roundtable so far, so a recognition that we need to improve awareness. I'm personally I really believe that, you know, there's a great parallel between this and mental health in a way, in so much as mental health 20 years ago used to be about schizophrenia and bipolar disorder in the same way that we talk about autism and ADHD, but we've made mental health about everyone. And if we make neurodiversity about everyone, those conversations that we've talked about earlier around reasonable adjustments and all these different barriers become, you know, sort of easier to access. I think there's a huge amount we can do there in terms of improving awareness and understanding, while we're recognising the specific needs that, for example, autistic people have. There's been support for some sort of task force to make sure that we're building upon the momentum of the review. There's also a real crucial recognition that this also affects parents and caregivers. So if you're a parent or a caregiver of an autistic person, and you might also be autistic yourself within that, you're also less likely to access work, and we need to improve employers' understanding around that. I think on a positive note, there's some real good understanding. There's actually quite a lot of evidence around what works in terms of recruitment. Also, providing reasonable adjustments actually in many ways, not always, but can be easy. but providing that tailored support and that ongoing support to retain people in sustained employment is not. And then the other thing that's within the scope of this review that we've asked a lot of questions about is around career progression. And I think we're not getting very good answers on that yet, if I'm honest with you. And I think that's because our understanding and evidence on this area is actually quite limited. We've got quite a lot of work to do. I think that we're at a really exciting space with this. You know, our goal is to see the reported rates of employment really, really change, both through getting more autistic people into work, but also, as someone mentioned earlier, ensuring there are better ways and better attitudes to autism that mean that people are more comfortable disclosing. This review isn't going to fix everything, but I hope it's a step in the right direction. So there's a call for evidence open right now where you can submit evidence as well, so please do so. And you know, I'm really optimistic. You know, I work on the autism strategy across government. You know, progress is tough right now, if I'm honest with you. This is one area where it feels like there's some potential for progress. So I'm really optimistic about that. And finally, just thank you to you all for your time. And I'll hand over to Mac, who's going to present next. Great. Do you want me just to sit here?
Really, very big thank you, James, both for coming and speaking and for setting out some of the background and the context of the review. And one of the things that Hillary's waving at me. We did. There were lots of things. And one of the things I was going to ask James, which he's already answered, is how can this room help? So please do submit evidence to that after the review and promote that review. It will help.
So can I just say one thing? About an hour ago I realised that what would have been really helpful is if I put the email address on my slides. And I can't recall what the email address is, but I'll share it with you after the meeting. So in the post-briefing pack that you get, I'll share that with you.
Okay. Thank you, James. And just a reminder, no photographs, and you can have a thumbs up, the camera's off. Thank you very much. Mac, without further ado.
I think I have an introduction slide. There we go. Yep. That's it. That's the only slide. So, as you can see, mine is going to be less formal, like everybody else. So, I'm Mackenzie, also known as Mac. This lovely purple thing here is Bob. He is my dragon. And the other two, which I always have to introduce, even though they're not here, because I didn't think my guinea pigs would fare well on London Underground, and my two guinea pigs, Chocolate and Bright Eyes, who my team know intimately well, because anytime I get stressed out in a meeting, they suddenly find that there's a little furry thing running across my chest, and sometimes even trying to play peekaboo. So I'm talking about transitioning between pre and post diagnosis. So to give you a little understanding and background, I was diagnosed at 31, I'm now 36, turning 37. So I went through a long time in the majority of my work life knowing I had issues, but not knowing why. So I couldn't understand why I didn't get on well in work. The longest I had ever had continuous work was 2 years. Then I would burn out. Then my mental health would be affected and I'd sign off and quit. Then I'd be unemployed, then I'd take the first job that came along, and it was a bit of a rinse and repeat cycle. Never knew why. Until I joined the civil service. And just under a year after I joined the civil service, I finally got told, "Hi, you're autistic." And I was like, oh. Now, a lot of people think that getting a diagnosis, whether it's at a child's age or as an adult, it's like, click, the light switched, everything's going to be okay right now. No. The transition really is really difficult because you actually have to take that focusing approach to yourself, especially if you get it at an adult, because you've had so many years of negativity. And I'm seeing nods, so I know I'm not the only one. Like, I would have meltdowns on trains or I would be in a meeting and sit through the meeting and everyone's using metaphors and I'm sitting there going, huh? And I couldn't understand why. And so, just like this presentation before, someone said, what do you need? Oh, what do I need? I don't know. Maybe not sit where there are too many noisy people, because that kind of annoys the poop out of me. Things like, we have fire alarms on Wednesdays, the fire drills on Wednesdays. So maybe let me work from home on Wednesday so I don't have to be there with the really annoying pre-briefed, I don't know if everyone else gets them, but where I work, you get this really, this is a test. We are testing the fire alarm. You will hear a large beep. Do not exit the building. And it's kind of like, and the alarm systems are everywhere, like pretty much next to every desk. It's like, why do you need so many speakers to annoy you on a Wednesday? I don't get it. So I started that journey transitioning into understanding myself more and accepting myself more, and it's been hard. One of the ones that I've literally only found out about a couple of weeks ago was I generally can't control what happens to my face. Now, what I mean by that is my colleague literally said to me a couple of weeks ago, I always know when you're annoyed that I'll see you bod. I was like, what do you mean? Because your face always goes like this. I was like, it doesn't. It does. Oops. So now, if I go for interviews, I say to people, please ignore what's on my face. Because what comes out of my mouth will probably not represent what's on my face, especially if I don't feel comfortable. Sometimes they ask for explanations or examples, so I'm quite happy to sit there and go at them. But adjustments don't always have to be really solid adjustments. It doesn't have to be that really expensive set of headphones. For instance, Bob here. Bob comes to my meetings now, since Bob was incepted. And I will sit there, I'm a civil servant, I work in central government, and I will sit there in front of senior civil servants, and I will sit there with, hi, yes, Bob's here, hello. And nobody will bat an eyelid, because they know that when I'm starting to struggle through that 2.5 hour meeting, I am going to sit there like this. And nobody bats an eyelid, because it is something that helps me. And people have tried to catch me out. Like, they've tried and be like, so Marc, what did we just say? I could go back and say exactly what they just said back to them. Had I not had Bob, probably would have been, Now, moving on to the pandemic, a lot of autistic people, I can imagine we all felt the same stress and anxiety, especially for those like myself who ended up shielding. You can go in, you can go out, you can go in, you can go out, you can't. No, in, out, shake it all the back. I lost my routine so many times, I could not understand what was going on. I just didn't know where I was going. And I remember, I heard Michael talk about brain in hands. Oh my god, isn't that a life-saving app?
They never told me about it until this year. It's like genuinely the best thing I was ever
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Brain in hand, if you can get it, Brain in hand is absolutely amazing. I got mine through the charity for civil servants. And that was the one thing that helped me regulate myself. So even when Sturgess said, you can go out now, I was able to plan my routine change and transition into that phase of being able to go out and then not being able to go out. And you kind of got used to identifying when a lockdown was coming. You kind of like watch the news and like, okay, I think a lockdown's coming, so Sturgess will probably be sent inside. Let's start working on the routine now to get back inside. So finding things that help you. Don't leave it to your employer. look for things that help you. So I lost my brain in hand for one reason or another, but I found another app that works just as well and is free. Free for me, anyway. I also have things that alert me when I have to take medication now. Never had that before, and it helps with my routine. Transition, everyone makes us feel that transitioning from one thing to another is really difficult. But if you find what works for you, you can do anything. I mean, I am what I say to the schools programs that I told you, I am a dyslexic autistic with PTSD, spinal problems, depression and asthma, and I bloody work in central government. If I can do that, jeez. I mean, just as a funny story, my employers, I have to say the MJ, the department I work for, they've been really good with the adjustments. To the point, I remember one day, end of the day, I was absolutely tired, my business filter had completely disintegrated, I had my headphones on, my music on, my cap was backwards, I was walking through the building, and I wasn't paying attention to whoever was behind me. And the song that was playing was Daphne and Celeste's Who Stick You. I was literally walking through the Ministry of Justice singing Who Stick You whilst doing the hand movements, and I got to the door, turned around, and the permanent secretary had been following me all the way through the building. I was like, I turned around to him and I was so tired, I just turned around and said, do you want to join in? His response was, I don't know the words. Another instance, I had to sit in an atrium in the building to promote events, and I hate public speaking, but I do it so that I push myself to develop. But my condition for this was, I was going to wear my pug slippers. And when I say pug slippers, I'm not talking tiny slippers, I mean big slippers that were about this wide, in the shape of a pug dog. And the perm set came down and I went, look! The most well-behaved civil servants in the building. He looked at my pug slippers and was like, that's just you, innit? I like you. So, transitioning can be hard. And there is this big emphasis on us to be the neurotypical perfect employee, but let me tell you this, that person doesn't exist. The neurotypical perfect employee does not exist. And if we try and be that employee, we're going to do more damage to ourselves, because we're not being, as they say in my office, your authentic self. I know, I literally, if I told you the list of organisations that I work for pre-diagnosis, my likening to that is, it looks like a CV of a schizophrenic or somebody with multiple personality disorders, because it literally spanned everything from retail to education and everything therein. But when I got the diagnosis, I was able to drop that image of a perfect employee, and I was able to be myself. So I transitioned into that space where I could actually be myself. I've been a civil servant now for 7 years. It's the longest time I've ever worked in employment without having to sign off sick, without having to leave the job through that route. And you know what, I still love my job. I may not like the fact that I can't sit and tell a politician exactly what I feel because I have to be politically neutral, but you know, that's what diaries are for. You know?
Mac.
Okay. I'm going to end it there, just to say, no, because otherwise I'll just keep talking and then I'll never stop. So I guess what I really wanted to say to people around this is transitioning is always part of everything an autistic person has to do. Whether it's transitioning from unemployment to employment, or into education, or into being a parent, or into being anything else. But don't let that ever impact how you treat yourself. Because if you try being what the neurotypical world says is the perfect employee, the perfect student, the perfect parent, the perfect patient, the perfect CEO of Autistica, sorry, you were sitting there, I had to, then you're not going to be your authentic self. And we have enough issues within our world, and trust me, if I could tell you all of the soft adjustments that my line manager has with me, you might laugh. Just as an example, one of them is, anytime somebody gives me urgent work, they don't say it's urgent, they call it my pandas. So I get told, I need you to do this, what's the priority level? Panda level. Okay. There is a story behind that, but I only have 5 minutes, so. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you very much for doing that for us. Right, I am going to open the floor to questions. I'm going to encourage people who haven't asked questions yet, and if there are none of those and people have already had a question or two, please feel free to put your hands up. So, what questions have we got for Mac and for James? Do you want the...
Yeah, go on.
It's kind of more of a reflection on today and how difficult it is because we talk about spectrum, and there really is one spectrum to one level to the other of autism, and it's very difficult for lots of people to access a diagnosis because they don't present in that kind of typical autistic way. It's something I'm experiencing currently with my own daughter. I'm probably reflecting on myself as well. But just to say, I just think it's a real shame. I worked in a university situation a few years back, and I worked with students with a range of different special needs. Many of them obviously had autism as well. And I think that diagnosis is so important because it opens so many doors. So yeah, it's just a kind of general comment on how unfair it is that it's not accessible for everybody. And I think people and employers in particular feel that autism looks a certain way, but it's actually amongst us and invisible a lot of the time. So for me, my takeaway today is I do think it's important to get that autism diagnosis, no matter how hard it is. And yeah, just celebrating all the different layers of what autism looks like. So that's been really positive for me today. It's not a question, a reflection.
Well, thank you for the reflection. And I guess if there's any question that comes from that, there's probably an observation about the importance of the document review. And again, let's just make sure, get your stories into it. What other questions have we got for, what questions? Sorry, I'm seeing almost questions, but not quite. Right, here we go.
I think following on from that question, Matt, you said that you have an autistic diagnosis. Some people might not be detecting autism in you, but there is something going on with you. How do you think that autism is impacting?
How do I think I'm autistic?
So Matt, how is autism impacting you?
It impacts me in the way I think, so I can be quite literal. I've got examples up and down the sphere, but one that really sticks out to me is I worked in a retail shop. My manager was getting really annoyed with me and left me instructions. Please clean from shelf B to A. I did exactly that. I cleaned from B to A. Unfortunately, B to A was the bottom to the top. And when they came back, they said, you haven't cleaned the shelves. I said, yes, I have. I cleaned from B to A. Why didn't you do it the other way? So the dirt went down. I went, that's not what you asked me to do. You asked me to clean from shelf B to A. And that is what I did. Other things, and that happens a lot in post-diagnosis as well. A lot of people get too literal with instructions, and I do exactly that. So again, an example, my boss emailed me and said, do you have the results of this survey? And my response was a one-worded email saying yes. 2 weeks later, my boss said, I kind of got pissed off with you for that. I was like, why? You asked me if I had the results for the survey. I told you I had the results for the survey. I don't understand why you're upset. Other things like, I can say things to people and unintentionally upset them. And one of two things that always happen. Either I've realised that they're upset, but I don't know why. Or I don't know why they're upset, and then I don't know why they're not talking to me for 6 months. Because nobody ever tells me. Compliment. Oh, don't even get started on compliments. I cannot understand compliments. My team have to literally tell me a compliment. You did a good job on this because you did A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. If they don't do that, I'm sitting there going, huh? But I was just doing my job. I don't get it. Why am I giving you a compliment? You asked me to do this task. I did the task and now you're telling me I'm amazing. What? Really? And again, social things. So, you know, I see people laughing at sometimes social things like, I once messaged my manager on the weekend because something had happened and I was really upset. So basically, something got delivered to me that should have been delivered to her. And with my hat on being the IT orderer and all this and the other, I go, call me now. And she was like, oh no, Mac's house is burning down. And she's like, wait, that could have waited till Monday. So now we have like systems in place. So now anytime I message her outside of the work there, so we have a scale of 1 to 10. 1 meaning it can wait till Monday so we can text instead. 10 being Mac's house is burning down. And that tells her the level of urgency, and it makes me sit and think how urgent it really is. Without that scale, I'd be screwed. But again, you know, it's that thing of finding what works to help you. And it doesn't have to, as I said, adjustments don't have to be the physical adjustments. It could be working with your line managers to create a scale of urgency, or creating a prioritization system that works for you. So instead of somebody telling you this is urgent, they say, this is a panda. I have so many panda gifts on my laptop, it's hilarious. But, you know, it's that thing of finding how it works for you. And the best, I would say, the best thing for me about diagnosis was I could stop forcing myself to make eye contact with people. Because that always drove me nuts. So I was looking at people and I'd be like, because growing up I kept getting told, Marc, I'm over here, why are you looking over there? And I'm like, But at least post-diagnosis, I know the reason why I can't make eye contact with people for the long periods of time is because I'm autistic. So I'm not going to force myself to do it in a situation where I don't feel comfortable. I only have to sit here with Bob the Dragon. Why am I going to force myself to stare at somebody in the eye when it will probably make me look like a creepy serial killer? I hope that helped.
Thank you, Mac. Just the example of the scale of urgency. That will make you manager a better manager of everybody else as well, right? Well, it should. And there's so many of those small adjustments that are so relevant to everyone. Just make better managers is what we need. What other questions have we got for James and or Mac? Hi.
To what extent will the Buckland review bring out the qualities of employing autistic people? We focused a lot on reasonable adjustments and things, but there's fantastic qualities as well.
Yeah. So it absolutely will, and that will be part of the case to employers. I'm always like a little bit reluctant to overstate that point, because I know that sometimes people who work in this field, and I know you're all topic experts, you know, sometimes people get frustrated if you overstate that, but that will be part of the argument too. This dog's a bit itchy. So part of the case will be around the strengths of autistic people. That's part of the whole neurodiversity narrative, right? Which is actually going, this is not really just about autistic people, this is about everyone in your workforce, and about the fact that everyone in your workforce has strengths, but also will need support in specific ways. And that's absolutely key to me, and key, you know, and key that we make that argument and make it in a balanced way as well. Because, and I think the other thing we're trying to sort of really balance with this review is saying, there are some amazing people who are already in the workforce and don't need any support at all, who are absolutely smashing it, and well done them. But there's actually also some autistic people who, to get into work, will need quite a lot of support as well. And sort of trying to tell all of those different stories in terms of what we eventually put out, I think is going to be absolutely key. And sort of, you know, and all the different ways that, speaking to your point, that people experience being autistic as well, and their stories and the issues that brings if you've been diagnosed when you're sort of 30 or 40 versus, you know, if you're in my case, you're diagnosed as a child, you've had a very different life experience, if that's the case.
Thank you, James. I think we've got time for maybe 2 more questions, but I saw some, one there. Hi.
Jane from Autism. James, I just wanted to know what is the expectation of the outcome of the document review? Is it likely to be legislative changes, for example, saying the Equality Act could be changed so that people could actually positively take positive action to support autistic people, which currently is not, you know, isn't allowed because of the geography, or sort of changes to requiring employers to do certain things like put the reasonable adjustments they offer on their website, or having a nominated person that everybody can contact and support disability concierge if they're applying for a job or they're in that position, they have to name a person for employers over a certain time. Will there be sort of tangible outcomes like that expected from it, or is it
Yeah. So you know, I think having a sense of realism about what we can achieve within a 15-month time frame is really, really key for us. What I want us to do is to start the cycle of change for this review. So I don't think this review on its own will get the job done, but what I hope it will do is help to lay the grounds in terms of building the government's awareness around what it can do. Lobbying around this area, as you know, is quite difficult because actually there's a limited amount that governments can do, and also you've got to think about who the current government of the day is and what their willingness and underpinning political philosophies are, and so what a large part of this review will be focused on is what we can do to enable employers to understand what they can do. Because awareness is quite low, this is not obviously the other challenge we're going to have with this is it's not an issue like gender, where it's just completely unacceptable to not be having parity in terms of pay from the perspective of gender, because we've known about this for hundreds of years, right? It's an obvious issue. Employers aren't aware yet of what they need to do, so what we're trying to do is take a fairly supportive tone with employers, give them the tools, but I think as well there is an opportunity to consider the beginning of a longer term conversation around what legislative changes are required. I know, for example, there are I was in a panel around the Equality Act last year, and that's under review as well at the moment. So, you know, if that's a possibility, that could be a recommendation in the review, but the review itself would not. Yeah, like it wouldn't be enough to get that over the line. It would only be a beginning of that conversation, you know. Yeah.
Thank you, James. Sure.
So you said about the fact that it's the government made it quite clear that the review is only going to relate to autism, and I know I've seen on your website that you've said that obviously it should have be of use for other neurodivergent people.
Yes.
Do you get I know it's difficult for you to say, but do you get a sense then that once this review is in place in terms of autism, is it going to lay the groundwork for further awareness in the government of other areas of neurodivergence, or do you think it's going to be like starting all over again? Does that make sense?
So, so just to explain Autistica's perspective on this, we've got a coalition called Embracing Complexity, where we try to work with other charities of neurodevelopmental conditions, and so we try to take that pan-neurodevelopmental sort of looking at neurodivergent people as a whole approach in terms of how we design and do research. I think they wanted to focus it on autism just so there was increased specificity, and I think there was potentially some nervousness within government in making it about neurodiversity. We just make it actually quite hard to know where to stop. So I still think there's a huge opportunity, and wherever possible, if a recommendation can be made as sort of there are autism-specific things that we need to talk about within this review, but I think a large part of it is about neurodiversity, and where that's possible, that's where we'll make that recommendation. And so what I hope is that this will open up the conversation. So the stuff on awareness, I'm not particularly convinced that doing autism awareness actually will necessarily specifically help. I think that doing neurodiversity awareness is going to be much more helpful, because my anxiety about doing autism awareness, and like I've been telling people that I'm autistic for 25 years now, and it has been improving, but when you make this about autism and autistic people, it still becomes like there's this group of people over there, and I want to make it about neurodiversity, because I think that then we say, there are these groups of people, but also you're a group of people, and you aren't very good at this and you're not very good at this, and we all need to reflect and understand that autism and other sort of forms of neurodivergence are a crucial part of that conversation, but we're all part of that conversation, and it's important that we hopefully have that conversation in that way.
Thank you, James. I've got one more question, and then I'm going to give everybody a break, apart from, and the panellists. 5 minutes break for the panellists, 10 minutes break for everybody else, but the panellists will be back in 5 minutes. I'll give you questions here.
Thank you. My question is, it's giving me anxiety wherein everywhere I go now is employment, and also saying autistics need to be at work, autistic people need to be at work. So I work with people from the black minority community who are autistic, mostly from job centres around South London, and whether GPs or social prescribers doing files and stuff. It's giving me anxiety because I meet these people who are broken. They're not ready for work. And in as much as they don't need to, you talk about not giving awareness to people, for example, the ladies behind me, I hope you don't kill me. Yes, in the job centres, and they don't have enough. I mean, it's really nice that she's here, but she's one of hundreds. They don't even know, and they get instruction from top to bottom. Just get them into work, get them into cleaning, get them into porter job. It annoys me because they're better quality than that. So what do you do within your research or this recommendation you're making in terms of that group of people who, an understanding wherein, yes, we will get autistics into work, but not to push them. I know people from Sandland came here and say, oh yes, and we will get them into employment. Oh, please, no, not now. Let them get mentally ready and preparedness for them to be able to get into work.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, and thank you for making that point, because I didn't have a chance to cover that. So a key part of context I didn't give in my presentation is we've been doing research for about 8 years trying to look at some of these factors. One of the factors is, like you say, around underemployment, so people not getting a job that fits their skills, but also preparedness for work. So a big part of the research that we're doing is looking at how you can build resilience and preparedness for work and readiness, because there's being autistic can be a very traumatic thing, and not understanding that you're autistic is potentially even more traumatic as well. And so what we're trying to do as well is to understand what we can do to avoid those mental health issues arising and people being in a stressful place. So it's not, this is not just get people into work at any cost. This is for me about people thriving in work and doing well in work and enjoying their job. And a key thing that, for example, that we could achieve for this review that's being discussed within DWP at the moment, is the National Autistic Society have been running a trial of autism accreditation for job centres. Yeah. So to try and, potentially making sure that that's better supported and funded, that would be something we can do. Making sure there's proper programs to build people's readiness for work, that's things that we could do. So I totally agree. The last thing we want to do, for me, obviously, and I genuinely think for the government, this is not, I just get people off of benefits and get people into work exercise. This is about supporting people into work. And one thing that we've been very clear on is that getting people into work is one thing, keeping them in work is, as Mac sort of touched about, is another. So that you can force people into work if you like. They're not going to stay there if they're not ready and they're not resilient and they're not in a position. And actually, you just increase the trauma and the cycle of negativity that person is experiencing. So that's something that you're right. That's something that we have to avoid at all costs. So thank you for making that point.
There is just one more, hopefully short question.
Just following from what Mariam explained to you, I do work with you on everything from the advisor. And one of the things about autistic people, because I do have to coach my colleagues as well on how to interview in the structure of the interview. And about autistic people, I said to them, we have to take a holistic approach. We have to look into what their abilities are, what are their strengths, what is their aims and aspirations, and work together. See what is available to them, see what support is around the barrel where we are, and what can we give. Any problems, come back to me as a disability program advisor or one of my colleagues. We sit in the interview, we take some of them myself. For example, there was one person who came, he's autistic. He was about 2 years ago, 25 years ago, just graduated. He was an excellent person of IT. We just had a job there, and I spoke to the employer. I said, you know what you want to do, you ought to employ autistic people. It must be. And that person is in work, and is getting in work.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. And I think that's the thing. There's a lot of there's a lot of evidence and there's a lot of practical things that we can do. But I think a lot of this is about a lot of the points and all the questions that you've raised. It's about telling the stories, and some of the stories that you've all told, telling the stories of where it hasn't worked, but also showing the stories of where it can work as well. And I think actually, sort of practically putting us in a position where people understand how we can deliver this change and understand that change is impossible. Everyone in this room knows that this is doable and this is possible, but we've got a big job to convince society in a broader sense that that we can embed this change and deliver change.
Thank you, James. So this session is going to be a question and answer. Any questions? You've met most of the panelists. How do I say your name?
Mariama. Mariama.
Mariama. So Mariama is also joining us. Mariama is involved in a charity called Autistic Voice and has been for 3 years, and she brings an additional perspective. So the panel will work out who is going to answer each question. I will field the microphones around. I'm going to open questions to the floor in a moment, but just before that, there's one topic that I've indicated to James that I'm going to throw out there, and others I really invite comments on. So much of the discussion today has been about all the positive things that can be done for employment and for autistic people, but I hear, and the predecessor chairman of the charity Piers, again and again and again, there are so many people for whom there just isn't fulfilling work out there, no matter what adjustments, and they can't get into it. And for some people, there won't ever be what society calls economically productive, enough money to pay for fulfilling work. How do we support people who can't get a job that will give them that fulfillment in life?
So I was told I was going to have the difficult question coming our way, so he's given me some time to process it and think about it. But actually, it's something that we think about an awful lot within Autistica, and we're really worried actually about simplistic narratives around autism that don't reflect the diversity and in some ways complexity of what autism is. So a key thing around this is actually, first of all, to tell the story around that diversity of experience, not just in terms of how you can be autistic, but how it, how autism intersects with other differences as well. And so I think that's absolutely key. I think also recognising that, sort of putting this in a very sort of crude way, you've got, maybe a group of people who are autistic, who are currently in work and may actually be doing very well right now. Some autistic people for whom, if you make some adjustments and change attitudes, will go on and thrive. There will be some autistic people who will need ongoing support to stay in work. And as you were saying, there are some autistic people whom maybe work isn't, in the traditional sense, the right approach for them, but finding some sorts of fulfilling activities, maybe contributing to society in other ways or doing things in different ways is also extremely valid and extremely important. And I think finding ways to tell those stories, but also assess what is right for each person is absolutely key. And we don't need to have extremely negative narratives around autism. We don't also need to have autism as a superpower narratives either, but we need to have a range of stories and a range of narratives reflecting the diversity of experiences that all different types of autistic people are having.
No simplistic narrative. Would any other member of the panel like to comment on that before I open the floor?
Purely because this conversation I'm having with my daughter a lot at the moment. If my daughter's not interested in something, she's not going to do it. So these ideas of, they can go and be a cleaner, or they can go and wash pots or that sort of thing. She could, she's not going to. Yeah. And she shouldn't have to. She's incredibly clever. But actually she's so traumatised now from her education that she's at a point where she can't cope. And I think somebody mentioned that earlier. And I do find myself harking back to the old days in some sense, of the days where you didn't have to have a degree. You could go in and work your way up. And I mean, she's so caring, and she'd be a brilliant nurse or a brilliant support worker. But you've got to have A-levels and you've got to have a degree. And why? Surely the best nurses are the ones that care and want to be in the job, just as an example. Why are we stipulating that they've got to be high achievers in that sense? And there's probably no solution there, but I just find myself harking back to the old days where we can support people up the ranks and nurture them.
So just very quickly, that's something the reviews, that's something that we're looking at within the review, because we've actually seen, working with companies like Deutsche Bank, that removing those requirements has actually been quite effective. Sorry.
I've just got to bring this right once and then twice.
I'll be very quick. GCSE English and Maths, I said it earlier this morning, is a massive barrier, and it's a ridiculous and offensive barrier, because many autistic people weren't necessarily GCSE English and Maths literate and numerate at 16, but probably are at 25 or whatever. So just please, employers, scrub it out of your required criteria. It doesn't make any sense, and you're wasting time.
Traditional routes don't necessarily have to be the route you go down. So originally one of my special interests is serial crime, so for a very long time, up until I quit university, I wanted to be a criminal psychologist, because I was that weird, creepy girl in school where everyone was doing book reports on, Enid Blyton, and I was doing a report on the news article about Ted Bundy. But then when I failed that, I realised that I went back to looking at what I loved as a child, and I grew up watching things like The Professional, CI5, Yes Minister and all that, and realised I wanted to be a civil servant. And I got the opportunity, so...
Found your way.
Exactly.
Marc.
I personally think this goes without saying, but our country puts an emphasis on a really unfair class system where only some people can really get anywhere, and that's that's not just for autistic people. It's an intersectional issue, and like I said when I spoke earlier, most autistic people who get somewhere in education get somewhere because their parents could afford to take the schools to court. There have been times where it's got so close to that for me, and honestly, I wish that my parents had the funding, but my dad's a full-time carer, my mum's disabled, my brother requires the care, and we would have never been able to access that at all. My educational outcomes were meant to be very different. There was high expectation on me, and I wasn't the person who fell short at all. It was my educational system. I quite honestly worry about the... Oh, it doesn't like me. Never mind, it doesn't like me. I quite honestly worry about the emphasis we put on our workforce and our careers, and to the employers out here, I mean no disrespect, but I think we have a flawed employment system, just a little bit, and I think a lot of the systems we use in this country are flawed. And now, when I was studying psychology, the first thing they teach you is that when a paradigm doesn't work, there is a paradigm shift. Where's the paradigm shift? We're still using something that doesn't work. We've been known that this doesn't work. We're not going to be able to make things more accessible because the way that we have built the hierarchy has been to make it more inaccessible. It's ongoing. Everything that gets dissolved and every new rule that gets put in place and every update to the GCSEs is done to make it harder for people who wouldn't be able to afford to make it easier for themselves. There's a huge emphasis on class. You will meet fantastic autistic people in high up, well-paid positions, and some of them got there because they got lucky, some of them got there because of their hard work, but also because they got lucky. Not everyone's lucky, and that's not by fault of anyone, except for the class system that we stick to. And now I don't believe this is a very radical attitude to have. I do think the more we see it in recent days, the more we've noticed it's actually been quite unfair. I'll leave it at that. It's just quite unfair.
Thank you, Michael. Really well said. Right. Sharron.
No, I was...
At risk of not giving the audience a question.
No, sorry, I was just going to pipe in. First of all, I'd agree with what you say about class. As a disabled person, I've felt more discrimination in my life because of my class than I ever have, my gender or my disability. Even everything from just being called Sharron and having to, get around those kind of things. I always say Sharron with a double R because I think, well, that now I've blindsided you. But I'd agree with the class thing. To go back to the original question, for me, I don't want us to get into this thing of broad brushing about autistic people, and I'm coming from the point of view of autistic students. They're not a homogenous group. I work with some students for whom they're coming to university because they've got a set path, they see that as part of their career, they want to get a degree to be economically viable, for want of a better word, and that's fine. I've also got an awful lot of autistic students who've come to university and getting a degree is their goal, and what really makes me sad is how we've got away from education for education's sake. Everybody asks me, oh, you're doing an Ed D because you want to get promoted? No, I'm doing an Ed D because Nikki wouldn't leave me alone until I said yes. But mainly because I've got a massive ego and I want everybody to call me Dr. Sturgess. I don't care if it gets me a better job. I think I'm doing some good within the community, and I feel that in myself it's about my personal goal of education has given me all my opportunities in life. And if I can support a student to get that, and if that opportunity just means that you finish with your degree and you've got some sense of personal fulfilment, particularly if you've come through a compulsory school system that has done you bad, there you haven't succeeded, where you did experience bullying, then if I can help remove those barriers that mean that you get your degree and you succeed, whether you go on and get a job or not, for me it's about removing the barriers for those students who do want to follow that pathway. And I've got students for whom I've had tutors say, why don't we just let them leave because they're never going to get a job? And I'm like, well, A, that's not your judgment to make, and B, actually, it's their right to finish their degree. It's what they've started, and we can do very small things to make that possible. I think education is valuable. And then I do have those students who come to university and they realise a degree path isn't for them. Yeah. And I'm forced to, we've got to keep them here, we need our continuation rates. And I've said to those students, my job isn't to keep you here at any cost, my job is to support you with what you want to do. And I will support that student to transition out. So I'll talk about maybe you do an OU degree, maybe it's too overwhelming. I help the university write a flexible study policy, so maybe you just take longer to do your degree. Maybe you just don't do your degree and you go and find that alternative way into the job you want.
Thanks, Sharon. Right, it is your turn, sorry. That's a hard question and we've had 10 minutes over there.
Hi, yes, sort of a little bit of a statement and then a question. I work for a trade union. I've worked for trade unions for my whole career pretty much. And right now, well, at any given time, but certainly right now, I have a large pile of casework on my desk. And at any given time, at least one or two of those will involve a member who is neurodivergent. It struck me, I guess, that all the way through the presentations and given the title of the day, nobody's mentioned the phrase trade union until now. I guess it just sort of made me feel a little bit sad that was the case. And I wanted to kind of make it clear that, you know, the excellent point was made before about being able to enforce your rights in working class people can get together and be able to afford legal help if they need it through a trade union, and that is what we do. And please, you know, access that. You know, that will put us through our paces. It's not necessarily
I'm a union rep, don't worry.
Excellent. It's not, it's not, you know, I mean, we're not always the most diverse places generally because it's, you know, it's a democratic organisation. It moves slow, but you know, turn up and change that, please.
Well said.
Can I just
really well said, but
really quickly to say, our research group is for Autism and Disability Studies. Join us if you want to. And the autism strategy is all about developing an understanding of autism. Maybe trade union officials need some autism awareness that we can deliver that, and absolutely take your point, yeah.
No, excellent. I mean, that was my question, was basically, are you as a group looked into, you know, those structures? Because also in terms of feedback, you know, me and my reps that I work with support have so much casework, there's so much anecdotal information in there, you know, there's knowledge in the workplace, and also success stories and things that people have done well, and ways that we, you know, our established structures to change things in the workplace could be used to develop policy responses to this that are above and beyond the law. And I guess we found, you know, as you said, there's a level of government coming in, so when it comes to employment matters, I think it's, you know, that would be a great relationship, and I would be very interested in being involved personally too.
We also need to make sure autistic people know about trade unions, actually.
I just wanted to say, I think you're right, it is a bit of a gap actually. It's actually come up, someone asked me this question at my last presentation, is that to what extent are trade unions part of this conversation, and I don't think they are enough. I think GMB have maybe done some stuff around this as well, but I think, like you say, it's really important, particularly for people who aren't as aware of the rights. And I just wanted to really briefly go back to your point, which was around, I think that point's really important. People quite sometimes go to me, oh, isn't it amazing that you're like like, you know, that you've got to become a chief executive. It's like, no, it's lucky. Like for the main part, like, you know, I had the right opportunities. I went to the first base for autism in the UK. I ran into the right people at the right time, and I basically had a lot of sixes in terms of a dice roll and got there. And I think it's really important that a lot of these success stories are outliers for a reason, and a lot of that's to do with luck. Yeah.
Hi, my question is, when it comes to opportunities, how do you determine the genuine from the virtue seekers who use neurodiversity as a vehicle to score cheap brownie points? I've heard so often diversity heads at conferences tout our accessibility credentials in front of MPs, in front of Robert Buckland only 2 weeks ago, only to really come up short when push comes to shove. And for instance, as a neurodiverse job seeker, it was so demoralising to hear Tory Roberts from EY sing the praises of their Neurodiversity Centre of Excellence in enabling opportunities for neurodiverse graduates in front of Robert Buckland. Yet when I come to email them, I've had no response forthcoming at all. I've had so many examples where cheap rhetoric is not matched by the cold reality. How can this be addressed, and how can those who fail to walk the walk be outed?
Good question. I'll speak later about that EY Centre with you privately.
One of the things that I found really helpful is the National Autistic Society have created this autism friendly accreditation, and I can tell you having been part of the team to help get my department accredited, they put you through the ringer. You don't go for the accreditation unless you are really interested in making your place of business an autism friendly place, to the point one of the changes we actually had to make for the whole building was to have a quiet zone for the whole of the department, and because the building in particular has got many different government departments, it was like locating space, getting facilities to sign off on that. It is a whole rigmarole. So I think looking at the accreditations that an organisation has, because that will tell you if they're just trying to tick a box or they actually have something in mind and actually try and do something to support people with disabilities or people with neurodiverse conditions. Because as someone who works in the D&I team, I can honestly tell you these accreditations put you through the ringer. I think just on the last Disability Confident accreditation, we submitted 16 megabytes of documentation to the PWP to get the accreditation, and that was a heck of a lot, especially when emails in government departments can only send 30. So that was a lot of creativity.
Thank you, Matt.
Hi, I'm aware that I'm speaking in London, and I come from rural Worcestershire and I work in rural Gloucestershire. There is an absolute paucity of any support out there for the young people I work with. I have young people that I'm trying to get to college, and they're told there's a course for you here. It would entail a journey of an hour and a half on 3 buses if they're lucky, but they might have to walk half an hour before they get to a bus stop. My son is also autistic, and for him to get from our home to the job centre where he was expected to sign on involved a journey into Worcester and a journey out to Malvern, because they wouldn't sign him on at the Worcester branch, but they're also involved in the journey of walking 3/4 of an hour to the nearest bus stop, where sometimes the bus didn't turn up. I mean, I don't know what to do for my students. There's nothing I can access that is appropriate for them. Sometimes there's something. If they happen to be lucky and they live near Gloucester, there's a couple of really good provisions in Gloucester. If they live out in the Forest of Dean, I'm stuffed.
Well said. Who would like to respond to that? Thank you, Mariama.
So I do work with a lot of job centres. Maria Lisa there is one of my the people I work with in the job centres, and I know it can be challenging. Before I continue, sorry, I wanted to say my name is Mariama and I'm from Autism Voice, and we've been around for 10 years.
My
so
apologies.
I just wanted to
My
correct them.
apologies, that's entirely my mistake.
Sorry.
Mariama.
And so in terms of getting, what I do is a lot of lobbying, basically. So I don't have any set protocol of how to do it. I just started doing it. How do I say in my own English, pay as you go. That is trial and error. So if I were you, I'll make a day out to the job centres, ask for the DEAs, have a conversation with them. What can they do? And there is someone above the DEA, I don't know their title, Maralisa would help me. So you speak to those people, have a meeting. For example, when we started doing employment some long time ago, I don't remember, Hillary was there when we started this. was we didn't know what to do, so I went to Jackie, she's called, she used to be the boss, and have a conversation. What do we do with these young people? You're sending us young people, this is what you want us to do with them. No, so what we've done now is have a relationship with the job centres so that they don't cut down their money if they don't come to sign on. It's a negotiating deal. You go there, have a conversation. I need you to have this understanding. These are the needs of these people, and this is what autism is. So if you are insisting on going into a neurotypical lifestyle with these people, it doesn't work, and they will just struggle. I mean, it's for nothing. You're suffering somebody because of what they are. So what you do is have these negotiations, have these conversations with them, make deals with them, so that it benefits your younger people. We realized, and I wanted to say that based on the first question, that looking for jobs for our people is quite challenging. We tried, we got jobs, they fired them. So what we've done is we've gone down the self-employed route. So I wake up when I want to wake up. I go to work when I want to go to work. I'll still make money if I choose to work in the midnight. That's my prerogative. That is when I can work. So giving skills or accessing skills and trainings that can give them self-employment skills to make them have a bob or two, but at least not being idle, or I don't know how to say it better, but you understand what I'm saying, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Doing something productive. Because
yes, so doing
something to fulfill themselves.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg. English, second language.
I have an advantage, it's still hard. Yeah. Right, it is 4:30. I'm going to offer just one more question to the panel. Are there any takers?
Can't say it.
Right.
Hillary wanted to say
something. Oh.
Hillary.
I just wanted to say, response to that. Hello, everybody who's left. At Employment Autism, I get a lot of questions in. I mean, I log them all. It's really interesting. I need to do an analysis in more detail. What you say, Mariama, is absolutely true. So many people who contact me are job seekers or people who are undergoing some kind of discrimination or distress at work. And although in theory, employment is good for well-being, physical and mental health, actually, what I hear, it's a lot of impact on people's mental health because they're undergoing that kind of discrimination and distress at work. And quite a number of people are actually taking up self-employment specifically for that reason, to get away from it. And actually, I'm finding it helpful that there are a number of organisations that are popping up to support neurodivergent self-employed people. So it was going to be a general question about supporting people's mental health, but maybe that's just a statement if there was a question to go out there.
We've got Nikki and we've got
thank you.
Olivia.
Thanks, Nicola. Just very quickly, researchers, absolutely don't do all your research in the inner city, because people in rural environments experience different challenges, a lot of which are around public transport. Joe and I have just done a piece of research about access to community provision and looking at rural and inner city areas, and everything you've said is a massive problem. And obviously there's lots of online stuff, you know, there's all sorts of things we can do, but we have to know that that problem is real, because otherwise we just assume everybody's got a bus stop outside their house, and that's just not true.
I think as a general rule of thumb, and I usually use mental health as my barometer, so thank you for asking that question. Whenever you are planning a transition for any human, neurodivergent, disabilities, mental health, we have to be so mindful of something called the boom and bust cycle. So it mimics what fatigue looks like. There was a study done at the Johns Hopkins University in 2016 for people that had an autoimmune disorder. But that now is superimposed across all different spectrums of humanity, where you mask or hide things because you're not in a psychologically safe environment. You have to try and sustain this amazing energy to look like everybody else. And that creates this boom. But because you cannot sustain it, and because there's this internal narrative of I'm going to let everyone down again, and this pleasing narrative that comes alongside as well, and because they've given me adjustments, I should be the best human in the room, we start to tank. And that's when that bust comes in. So then you can see things around sleep, around eating, losing weight, stopping contact, ghosting. I think that's probably a little bit more of a 2023 term. But around mental health, those are the things that you should be looking out for. If somebody is not replying to emails, do not assume that they're not working. there is a hell of a lot more going on behind the scenes. So if you know the boom and bust cycle, and you can actually plot that for the young person, the adult, you will be able to not only support their physical health, but their mental health as well.
Thank you, Olivia. Right. I think it's to me to draw this conversation to a close, and I do it reluctantly because I think it's such a good conversation and we could speak for quite a long time, even with this relatively small number of people who stay through the heat. Thank you, everybody, for supporting everybody here by being together. Thank you especially to Nikki, to the CADS Research Group, and to London South Bank University for hosting this second of what is now an annual conference about employment autism. Thank you very much to all of our panelists for taking on some quite hard questions, for bringing really interesting perspectives, and for causing a valuable discussion that I've certainly taken an enormous amount from. So thank you very much, panelists. And again, just thank you to all of you.